much. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get started in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. For those of you just logging in, we're going to get started in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope you can all hear me. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? I think so. Okay, great. Thank you so very much. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the Rise Up Pitch Competition. With over 700 applications, I'd like to give a huge congratulations to our finalists who will pitch today their businesses before our expert judges. Pitches and comments will be made in both English and French today. We have provided live translation to ensure that everyone is able to listen. Please select the interpretation button at the bottom of your Zoom bar to flip between languages. If you're an Anglophone and want to listen to a French pitch, please select English. If you're a Francophone and want to listen to an English pitch, please select French. A big thank you again to our organizers, the Black Business and Professional Association, the Sedulous Women Leaders, and Casa Foundation, with the generous support from Business Development Bank of Canada, Bank of Montreal, Loblaws Companies Limited, and the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub. Thank you so very much. I'm Nadine Spencer, and I'm the president of the Black Business and Professional Association, and I'm the CEO of Brandy Q Agency, a strategic marketing and communications firm, and I will be your moderator today. Before we begin, I would like to first and foremost acknowledge that the work we do take place on the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, which is now home to many diverse First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. Our partners across Canada similarly gather on the traditional territory of Canada's Indigenous nations who have cared for these lands since time immemorial. I hope you're all excited today for an eventful day of back-to-back pitches covering 8 different categories. Each category will have 3 pitches and 5 different judges. Each pitch category will be approximately an hour long. Entrepreneurs have 6 minutes to share about their business, and judges will provide 2 minutes of feedback on what works and what can be improved, and any advice on business development and growth. We will break for lunch at 11:25 a.m., returning at noon, and we will have another short break at 3:20 p.m. Today's session is public, and we will have viewers logging in and out throughout the day. The entire pitch day will be recorded. Don't forget to register and join us this evening for our award ceremony. The show begins at 7:15 Eastern Standard Time, and the award show begins at 7:30 Eastern Standard, where we will announce the winners of the Rise Up program and pitch competition. You will also hear from our partners and sponsors alongside with a fireside chat on Black women entrepreneurship. So it's going to be a fantastic day. Let's get started. Yeah, can I have slide 2, please? The startup category is for new companies 1 year or less that are building a new product or service in the market in any industry. Entrepreneurs of this group are Janelle Brown, Ogeneme Jaribir, I apologize if I've messed that up, and Seneca King. After the pitches, there will be time for esteemed judges to fair feedback. Our judges are Elise Anakura, inclusion strategist at Inclusion Factor and founder and executive director at She Meets, Nene Akintan, realtor, wife, and mom, Shelly Bell, CEO and founder, Black Girl Ventures, Amina Gerba, President and founder of Africa Expansion Forum, and Charles Osuji, Managing Partner of Osuji and Smith Lawyers. The 3 pitches in this category will be delivered in English. For anyone wishing to participate in French today, please select the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen and choose the French translation option. Let's begin our first pitch with Janelle Brown.
Sorry, everyone. It looks like I'm having trouble presenting my screen. Good morning, esteemed judges, fellow participants, and viewers at home. My name is Janelle Brown, and I'm excited to share with you my company, Blink CMS. You see, the problem today is that business owners are frustrated by the amount of time and effort it takes to reach their customers with targeted content wherever they are. And with the wake of the pandemic, staying connected with customers online is critical to their survival. How many of us have seen pictures like this in 2020? Local businesses have been hit hard by the pandemic and have had to pivot to a digital-first approach in order to deliver their goods and services online to keep their target audiences informed. Still, many owners struggle to manage content across digital channels, whether they're dealing with busy internal teams, limited technical resources, or just using legacy tools without an easy way to scale. Owners just don't know where to start when delivering multi-channel content experiences. And let's be frank, ladies and gentlemen, in this day and age, content is king. That's where Blink CMS comes in. Blink is the headless content solution that eliminates the learning curve when onboarding digital platforms that promote content to consumers who expect a consistent digital experience at their fingertips. With our fast and easy to use content solution, you could create your project in less than an hour and send content where it needs to be, all from one place. So how does it work? And what makes Blink different from a traditional content platform like WordPress? To answer that question, we must define the term headless, which literally means cutting off the head of your front-end design. This could be a website, mobile app, digital billboard, or even a shopping cart. You see, traditional content platforms were intended to build websites, but today content creators and owners need to deploy content beyond websites to any device or channel. Blink's back-end system, a repository, allows for the editing of content anywhere in real time and lets users update content to smartphone apps, wearable tech devices, connected TV, e-commerce stores, and that's just to name a few. Our platform offers owners complete flexibility and scale where traditional CMSs fall short. This means up to 8 times faster application speeds and hundreds of development hours saved. And we all know that time is money. So what makes my team qualified to solve this problem? I have over 10 years of experience working in publishing, digital media advertising, software, and product development. I've worked with major media companies in Canada and with small and medium businesses as a technology consultant. In my work, I've had to use many software tools. And let me tell you, I've had my fair share of hair pulling just trying to figure them all out. I've also dealt with busy companies going through digital transformation prior to the pandemic and during, and it's expensive, requires a lot of development resources, and takes up way too much valuable time to go to market. That's why I co-founded Blink with my partner, Jonathan, and together our mission is clear. We want to help the world fit content where it needs to be. So you might be wondering, but Janelle, are there other headless CMSs in the market? What makes your solution so different? You see, in 2020, we set out to do something bold. We set out to build the market's most intuitive headless content platform designed to scale your content fast with low-code development. And it's the reason why we're consumer validated and our customers prefer us. The headless CMS market is valued at $328 million, and that number is expected to grow into the billions in the years to come. We believe that Blink has an advantage with the small business market in bringing headless technology to the forefront with our low-code development. Our competitors in the market prioritize large enterprises with big budgets, and they forget about the little guy. Because of this, we believe that we can carve out this piece of the market with our fast and easy-to-use solution. I mentioned we're consumer validated, but who is our target market? Our target market consists of developers, content creators, and business owners. Our value to our customers is that we empower users, no matter what their technical skill set, to focus on scaling content for richer digital experiences at a low operating cost. We have carefully developed a diverse marketing plan intended to keep our brand in the minds of our existing and prospective customers. This will enable us to continue expanding our reach and grow our business. We regularly communicate product news and features to our 100+ followers on social networks such as LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. With funding, we plan to expand our marketing efforts to the following channels: digital advertising, direct email marketing, search and social, and content marketing. As you can see, we've made close to $10,000 in pre-sales revenue, and we project that we will be a multi-million-dollar company in the next 5 years. We use a SaaS subscription business model where we carefully tailor our subscription plans to our target market. We give users access to our free community plan with limited features and offer premium plans to our small business customers starting as low as $125 per month. We will make approximately 90% margin and will potentially room for more money generated through our microservice applications in our Blink CMS marketplace. Our objective is to ramp up key employee hiring, improve our software UX and design, and expand our sales and marketing efforts for the fiscal year of 2021. So why invest in us? We are one of the only BIPOC-owned and women-led headless companies in the market with a successful track record of building valuable relationships with industry leaders and partners along the way. We believe these relationships will help us strategically position Blink CMS as a market innovator in the years ahead. And since our business operates with low overhead costs, we can focus on pushing up more awesome features in the pipeline, and that will prime us for rapid expansion this year. So judges, are you ready to get behind Blink and help us become the next content provider for small business? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Janelle. Thank you very much. We will hear our first feedback from Elise. Elise?
Okay, before I begin, can everyone see and hear me?
We can hear you.
I think you can see me now.
Yeah.
Perfect. I love the energy of your presentation. Congratulations for being one of the finalists for today. Some comments I have, I love the idea. I've been in marketing communications, so I understand completely the issue that your business is trying to address. I love the platform. One thing that I would mention, when you listed out that really great slide where you had your competitors, as well as the highlight, like level reasons why your business is a bit more unique, I'd suggest really breaking down the key features that make your business unique. And I say that because for individuals that are not familiar with the terminology or the industry, really letting them know what makes Blink stand out and compared to its competitors will really give them a really clear understanding of how they should kind of perceive Blink and why they should be so excited like yourself to invest into Blink. The one thing I will say too, just really breaking down that business model. I know there was a gap between 2020 and 2021. There's a $10,000 mark, and then in 2021 there was a $250,000 mark. So really just breaking down how your group is going to be accomplishing that ambitious kind of growth momentum within a year. But overall, great energy, great presentation. I absolutely loved it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elise. Thank you. Now we will hear from Nene.
Thank you so much. Hello, Janelle. That was an amazing presentation. Despite the fact that you had technical difficulties, it didn't faze you. You came back on and you killed it. So good presentation. Now, I have a question for you. How would your product help small business owners like me? I'm a realtor. So how would you help a small business owner like me?
Thank you for your question. So the way Blink works is we tailor our plans specifically to small businesses. So for your, as a realtor, you're going to be able to, send out email newsletters to your customers, and without logging into too many systems. What you'd be able to do is do that all from our platform. So for example, if you have a database of customers that you want to reach with new listings, then you'd be able to design that content and send it out from Blink. Now, this Blink is also it's API agnostic, and I don't want to get too technical, but what that means is we work well with other systems that you might use in your toolkit. We also have a app ecosystem where you can go in and find the app that fits your small business need. So we really try to be bespoke and tailor our product to what you need. And so once you're into the system, you'll be able to kind of create and build your content repository as you see fit. You don't need to have a lot of technical support, but my team is available 24/7 to help you with any questions that you may have, which is something that you don't quite get with the big guys out there. Like I said, they prioritize enterprise companies with big budgets, where we have the bandwidth and the scale to prioritize small business.
Okay, thank you. My other feedback would be around when you're speaking, you use your hands a lot. And I do that too, but it's distracting. So when you're doing a presentation, as much as you can, keep your hands down and while you speak to us, so it doesn't distract from the presentation. But thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just so excited.
Thank you very much, Nene. Now moving over to Shelley.
One, I just appreciate that there is a Black woman in this space, a woman of color in this space. I think that, that was huge for me hearing you, even like coming up with this and working through this. From a pitch perspective, there's a couple things. I didn't so much mind the hand movement, but you were just running through it like we were running away from you, right? You were like, even the answer that you just gave, Nene, was so much more, you had the same energy, but it was so much more confident and calm and poignant, right? And I think that I would love to see more of that, because you have such a really great product that you're communicating here. So communicate to me as if I'm going to see the opportunity, not as if I'm going to deny you, right? So, or that you're racing against time. 5 minutes is a lot of time. Just relax, figure out what's the best thing to communicate, and then go for that. I also thought that, you were using a lot of technical terms that that people may not know. And I think the way that you just explained to her the problem, I feel like you should have used that in your pitch, where you went like headless. What does headless mean? Not that you had to say those words, but you just talked about what headless means. Basically, you can plug into multiple APIs. You can choose which one is best for you. You started out with a story of how people have been affected by the pandemic and how they've had to switch to these digital infrastructures. Thread that story all the way through. So from the beginning, talk about like the small business owner is going to need this. So you could have went all the way through with it. And I think that I would just say know your audience, because you may have been leaning too much into, oh, well, people are going to know that there's a bunch of CMSs out there and I need to tell why I'm better. And so because of that, you didn't give us a lot about why you are better, right? So I think you are better. You're more agile. You're more you're a little bit more nimble. You have some different insight. You've been able to learn from the people who've already done it and what's not working with them. You have all these pieces that you could have brought in, especially because like their clients, when you talk about the big guys don't do blah, it's because their clients are not small businesses and your target audience is small businesses. So thread that small business owner's journey all the way through so that we can kind of see, because I didn't really, after you started continuously kind of comparing yourself, I didn't really see what problem you were solving, because then you made me think about the bigger people. I wasn't thinking about them initially, right? So I kept having to ask myself, okay, well, what problem is she solving if she's just entering a very saturated market of other headless CMSs? But that's not what you're doing. you're specifically targeting small businesses. So I wanted to see more about the target audience, the market opportunity for small businesses, and just honing in on, if you were to carve out 1% of the small business market, what would that look like for your revenue? I think your chart was cool, but again, I think you could have just given me a little bit more that made me see the opportunity for me to get into it as an investor.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you very much, Shelley. Appreciate your feedback. Next, we have Amina.
J'ai beaucoup apprécié la présentation. I really appreciated it. I think everything has been said. The fact that you are going too fast and that the presentation was very technical, and that the financial model were not so clear. I have a question for you. Avez-vous déjà déposé votre brevet? Parce que c'est un domaine où ça va très vite, un domaine où la compétition récupère rapidement tout ce qui se fait. D'ailleurs, le nom Blink n'est pas unique. Il existe déjà des applications qui s'appellent Blink. J'ai fait une petite recherche. Donc, est-ce que le brevet vous protège déjà? Est-ce que ce qui vous distingue est déjà clairement prévu dans votre brevet, si tel est le cas?
Sorry, I could get that in English.
Yes, I'm wondering if you already registered.
Yes. Yes, my company is a registered company.
The patent, yes. Not only breveté, yeah. The patent, you have to.
So we don't have a patent, but what we do use is a modern API solution that uses modern programming language. So we work with what makes us able to scale and why we think we can support small business at a really quickly and scale is because of our infrastructure, our digital infrastructure. It's tight. And you get enterprise grade security for an affordable price, and we cater our plans to you. I did mention also that within our ecosystem, we do develop first-party integrations. These are apps that myself, my company, and my team, we design. We also integrate with third-party applications. So these are applications that you're probably already familiar with. We're just pushing out one for Microsoft Teams as we speak for a low-code cloud IVR system. And I don't know if you know anything about IVRs, but essentially it's a cloud call center, and they usually take months to set up. But that's one of our cool features, is that because we're cloud-based and because we are headless, we're able to push out features really quickly and tailor apps to your specific business needs. So I mentioned, as a realtor, you maybe want to be able to send a list of email databases out, content out to your list of realtors, but you want to do that and design the template and send it out at the same time. In systems today, it's very siloed, and you got to kind of log into this. And there's always going to be that learning curve when you're learning a new system. So what we've done is we simplified that through our API and made apps available for you that you may be familiar with or you may not be familiar with. Either way, we tailor our solution to your needs.
Okay, thank you very much, Amina. And before we hear from Charles, I just want to reiterate the translation features. As I mentioned, the 3 pitches in this category will be delivered in English. For anyone wishing to participate in French today, please select the interpretation button at the bottom right of your screen and choose the French translation option. Pitches and comments will be made in both English and French today. We've provided a live translation to ensure that everyone is able to listen in. Please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom bar to flip between the languages. If you're Anglophone and want to listen to a French pitch, please select English. If you're a Francophone and want to listen to an English pitch, please select French. Thank you. So thank you very much, Amina, for your feedback. And finally, we'd like to hear from Charles.
Hi, Janelle. Congratulations for making it all the way to be a panelist. Congratulations as well for what you're setting out to achieve in your business. A few positive points. I like your confidence. It shows. Also like the logic of your presentation. You started with the problem, then the solution, how it works, and all of that. Also like the credibility. You talked about how you have some experience in this space, which is good. A few things to work on. Storytelling, the art of storytelling is powerful. I needed to hear a little bit about you, right? About how you got here. That is how you would connect to prospective investors, your audience, and all of that. You have a story. We need to hear it. Secondly, I'm a lawyer, I'm not technical. I kind of got lost at some point with some of the technical jargons, right? You have to be able to break it down for someone as dumb as myself so that I can understand what exactly you're pitching. And I also noticed that you're a little too fast. I understand that you're probably on a time crunch. That makes sense. But, slow down a little bit and be more natural, right? You're telling us that you're here to fix a problem, right? And you need to somewhat be conversational. And then when you talked about the competitors, I was expecting you to talk about competitors at the point of solution solving, how your competitors aren't solving certain problems and how you'd come in and solve those problems, right? That way, the focus no longer goes on your competitors, but goes on how you would be better than your competitors in solving certain problems. And finally, you also need to emphasize who your target audience is. And to do that, connect your product to certain industries. I like the way you talked about realtors, but I came after, a realtor actually a question, right? You could talk about how your product would apply to specified industries. That way, whoever is listening, be it the lawyer, realtor, whoever, could connect better with your product. But overall, good job. I know you're going to be successful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charles. We will now proceed to the next pitch from Ojinamini Jariger. And yeah.
Hi, everyone. It's actually Ojinamini Jariger, but thank you. So I am going to be talking about my company today. I'm just going to share my screen. Just give me a minute. I'm sorry, just trying to share the screen. Okay, can you see my screen now? Can you see the screen? Can everyone see the screen?
We can see.
Great. All right. We all have tried to donate our clothes at some point in time, and we all may have run into these challenges. First, looking for drop-off locations, having to transport the items from your home to the drop-off location, finding the time and date to drop off this location. Did you know 85% of used textile are ending up in the landfill? According to a report by the Recycling Council of Ontario, the average person throws out 81 pounds of textile annually, 95% of which could be reused or recycled. Ontario alone generates 500 tons of clothing and textile waste every year, and that number is expected to grow as the population grows. Donating your clothes should be as easy as ordering food using Uber Eats or shopping online using Amazon Prime. My company, Redeem Clothing Recycling, offers a convenient way to recycle your clothing items. Our mission is to use technologies to increase clothing recycling behaviors in Canada. To donate your clothing items, all you'll need to do is log onto our website, www.redeemclothingrecycling.com, click on My Account and register a new account. Once that is done, it takes you to our homepage. You click on My Account again. It brings you right to your account. Right at the top, it says Donate. It auto-populates your information, so you'll just need to put in the necessary information. Pick a time and date that you want the items to be picked up and click Submit. It's that simple. Once that is done, the fun begins for me. On the day you have chosen for the items to be picked up, our UPS driver will come over to your home to pick up the items and bring it to our facility. Then after, I will sort out the items into 2 buckets. So the first bucket is items that are still in good conditions. The items in good conditions are sorted out and then are sold on our social media platform and also on our website. The items not in good conditions, we have partnered with local student interns, fashion interns in Ontario or in Toronto to upcycle those items into accessories that will be sold on our website and social media platforms. Now, I know you're wondering, what differentiates my company from every other recycling company in Canada? First of all, convenience. We offer a convenient way to donate your clothing items right from the comfort of your couch. No drop-off location, so you don't need to look for drop-off location. And finally, better rewards. We have partnered with local businesses in Ontario to provide you rewards for donating with us. Now, these are some of our partners. Now, as mentioned earlier, our business model is the sale of gently used items and sale of upcycled items. The unique feature of our product is the African handicraft influence that it has. In 2021, our goal is to improve our product offering. And by 2022, we intend to have a purely sustainable clothing line. And by 2023, my goal is to start working for myself. Our target market are men and women between ages 18 to 45 in the GTA, looking for convenient means to recycle their clothing items. We are reaching to our target market using SEO ads, word of mouth, as well as content marketing and digital marketing. We know that this is a pain point in Canada and we hope to extend across the country. Now, in 2020, our profit was just $1,000. I know that sounds small. However, I will tell you what that's proven to me. First, it tells us that one, that there is a market. And secondly, we need to improve our product offerings. And that's why I'm here today. For that, the money today that I will get will be used towards improving our product. Now, we have a charitable tie-up with a Nigerian-based company that receive a percentage of our profit. Now, in 2020, when COVID hit, we initially stopped taking donations to prevent the spread of COVID-19. However, since we've resumed the collection of items, we have strict sanitization process put in place to prevent the spread of COVID. I am the founder and CEO of Redeem Clothing Recycling, and I work with an amazing team of volunteers helping me to run the company as well. Now, this is what people are saying about Redeem Clothing Recycling. It's one-of-a-kind business that combines fashion, sustainability, and efficiency. Now, imagine Redeem Clothing Recycling in 2025, a spread in vogue, a clothing line, a sustainable clothing line, a sustainable shoe line. Are you ready to join me? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ojenemi. Is that better?
Yes, that is.
Thank you. I apologize from before.
No.
We will now turn to remarks from the judges, starting with Charles. Charles?
You were going to comment first. Okay, Emine, congratulations for getting here. This is a testament to the hard work and everything you've done to get to this point. So congrats.
Thank you.
I liked the pace of your pitch. Was a bit natural, and I liked it. You were talking slowly and talking convincingly as well. It was very natural to me. I like that. I also like the fact that you incorporated charity towards your model at the very beginning of your business, which is very good. You're giving back already and trying to provide one or two benefits to the community, which is very good.
Thank
A few comments that you might want to think about going forward. At some point, I wasn't sure whether you were in the business of delivery or the business of manufacturing product, right? So it wasn't very clear to me whether there is clarity of model at the very beginning, right? So I got confused. What exactly is the business here? Are you manufacturing? Are you delivering, or what exactly it is? And secondly, I do not see any competitive advantage highlighted.
What does he want to meet about? Does it say?
I don't see any competitive advantage highlighted in the pitch, right? I needed to hear why, what problem you're solving, and how your business is going to solve that problem relative to other businesses in the same space. Finally, this was my comment earlier as well. I like to hear stories. I like to hear what triggered this business in the first place. Why are you doing this? What led to this, right? Why are you fixing this problem? Is there a personal story behind it? I was hoping to hear that. Overall, congratulations. I wish you all the best in this business.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Now over to Amina. Amina? Merci.
Okay, thank you. I really like your presentation. I'm convinced that it will work. The solution you are proposing is very ecological, and I really like the fact that you include social causes behind that. Maybe if I have some recommendation is to see how to present your team, yourself, to let us know why you choose these causes. Maybe because it's the time to do it, or maybe you have some challenges, or you have worked in this field. You know, there is many causes now. There is many other company like Village des Valeurs, you know, here in Montreal. Why am I going to call you instead of bringing my clothes or my things to the local boxes? You know, there is boxes. So I didn't really, this is my, maybe what you have to improve in your presentation to let your judges or your investor know really, see really la différence que tu fais dans ce que tu proposes.
Okay. Yeah, great.
So I could just quickly answer that. So the difference between our company and every other recycling company is if you wanted to donate your clothing items, you have to go to their location or go into a drop-off store, a drop-off location, or a retail store. With Redeem, you don't have to do that. You just need to go on our website and schedule a pickup. We have partnered with UPS, so UPS driver comes to your place to pick up the items for you, providing you convenience. So that's what differentiates my company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amina. Now over to Shelley.
Hey, yeah, I like that you're very confident, very fluid in the way you were able to just move through your pitch. I could tell that you've been doing this, and I could tell that, like, you know, if you haven't figured out the whole model yet, at least you started to test it because you were so fluid about like what you're doing, how you're doing it. I also think it's awesome that you're able to have a partnership with UPS to be able to make this happen. So congratulations on that. I don't know, how does it make money? So is this a nonprofit or a for-profit? I wasn't sure about the financial opportunity here for me as an investor to actually make some money with you. I think one of the things that people pitching, when founders are pitching, they don't always think about is you're not necessarily trying to convince me that it's a great idea. You're trying to show me that there's an opportunity to make money with you. And I didn't feel that way. So I'm wondering, like, well, what's the business model? How much money, if I give you some money, how much money we gonna make together? So I wonder if it was nonprofit or for-profit. My other thing is I am not necessarily a fan of giving to charity too early, unless that's a huge part of the business model. You can't pour from an empty cup. So if you haven't made any money, you don't have any money to give yet, right? You will eventually, and that's great. And I think we all should be thinking about ways to give back. But my thoughts were, if you haven't made enough money to sustain the business yet, then it's a little bit risky for me as an investor to think about you giving away money right away. So, or giving away things right away. So my thought was, how does it make money? And then is the part about charity like a part of the driver, meaning like me as a customer, I want to work with you, not just because you're going to give to charity, but because I know my clothes that are going to go to a certain place that are going to, create a better world for someone. So like nonprofit or for-profit, how does it make money? And where does the charity piece actually play into making the money?
All right, so I'm going to firstly answer the first question. So it is a for-profit business. And secondly, in terms of making money, so the items that we receive, we sell those items. So some of the items will be in great conditions, some will not be. So the items in good conditions are sold on our social media platform and on our website. The items not in good conditions, we have partnered with local fashion student interns here in Toronto to upcycle those items, so transform those items into accessories that will be sold on our website. So currently, we have hair scrunchies on our website that we are selling. However, the goal is to improve the product so we make more money. Like you said, to make more money, we need to improve our product and sell. That way, we have two means of making profits: so the sale of the gently used item and also the sales of our product. And lastly, you talked about the drive. Yes, the tie-up with the charity. It is also an aspect to tell people that, okay, this, because I find out during my research, a lot of people want to know what their donations are going towards. So this is part of that tie-up with my company to also help Nigerian cleanup. The company we've partnered with cleans up plastic waste in Nigeria, and I find that it's really good. It's not a whole lot of money to donate to this company. I mean, Canadian dollars to Naira, it's pretty good. So $100 here is like 38,000 Naira. So that's a small donation in helping clean up Nigeria. I'm Nigerian, so I'm just trying to give back.
Yeah, consider partnering with a school, a fashion school, or because I think partnerships are going to be the way you scale this. Yeah. So you got UPS, that's great for the pickup and delivery. To get bigger, you're going to need a bigger, one person is not going to be enough to scale this. So I would say, like, you need to consider, partner with a fashion school, fashion departments of schools. Also think about how that creates, when you talk about giving back, money is not the only way to give back. If you can give materials to a group of women in Nigeria that can make clothing out of that they can sell, now you can almost have a two-pronged business model where, like, you can also create work with artisans in your country that then you get a kickback from what they sell or what they make as well. And you're also providing a livelihood for them, right? So I think giving away charity and money is what people think of first. That's not the only way to give back. You're going to provide materials, jobs. You're going to be a job creator with this in your country. And so I want you to be thinking that big about it.
Yeah, so our goal is to get there. It's just, I started a company last year, so I'm slowly getting there, but surely. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Shelley. Next, we will move to Nene. I'd like to you guys to know that we have a time schedule and we're going a little bit over. So we're asking if you could keep your comments to the time that was specified, please. Thank you so much. So over to you, Nene. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Oganemine Jarikre. I like your idea. It's a novel idea. And I've heard about this for food, like food waste. I know people pick up food, but I've never heard about this for clothing. And so I love that idea. I also like the fact that you refer to it as this is when the fun starts. So I could see your passion when you said that. And that told me a little bit about you in terms of the story behind why you're doing this. It's also environmentally friendly, which I love. And I'm all about charity. So to Shirley's point about giving back, you can give back with money, but you can also give back in other ways and create jobs. So I love that she was able to open it up for you so that you can see all that you can do with this. This also works for me because, as you know, I said before, I'm a realtor and I talk about decluttering and moving clothes and donating. And I always have sacks and sacks of clothes in my garage. So I can just imagine calling you to come and pick them up versus having to look for who to pick them up. So that's a good advantage. I didn't hear a lot about who your competitors are and if you've really done a lot of work around that. And I didn't see how you were tying the sale of these items to the production of the African items. I mean, Shirley asked the question and you kind of spoke a little bit more, but I didn't see the tie in the initial presentation. And it's always good to tie that together because that way, like Shirley said as well, we know whether you're for profit, not for profit, like what are you really doing? And then I didn't hear much about the growth strategy. So that's my comment to you, but congratulations again. This is a great idea and I see it succeeding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nene. And finally, we have comments from Elise. Elise?
I absolutely love the presentation, so congratulations for being a finalist. I love disruptive innovation. I know that I've most certainly recycled my clothing, but did not get rewards. I did not know that there's some type of socially conscious aspect of the business. So I like the fact that you see a problem, but are innovating it to the next level to respond to the customer's needs and what we want. I love the strategic partnerships you have with fashion students. I think Shelley mentioned it, expand those strategic partnerships. I think there's capacity building even opportunities like Shelley mentioned to even leverage those students to potentially even teach Nigerian communities how to make money, things like that. So if they're upcycling, wouldn't it be great to teach other people how to upcycle too, so that way they can make more money? Yeah. And so I think you're onto something. This is a really great infancy of a disruptive company. I hope you continue on with it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really happy about the comments and I'm sorry. It's a lot of hard work to get here. I worked in doing this, so I'm happy that I'm here today and given the opportunity. Thank you.
I see you. And I know, stick to the rewards part, because when I donate things, I do not get rewards. That's what attracts customers. We all like instant gratification. Stick to those type of innovative approaches that are going to elevate your company from other companies that are doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I will definitely work on everything on the feedback you guys have given me. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Hold on. Yeah, thank you so very much. Hold on. Thank you so very much. Merci for that, Elise. And our last pitch now will be from Sanika King. Sanika King.
Okay. I'm ready to go. Good morning. My name is Sneeka King. I am a mental health nurse, an educator, and a basketball mom. I'm new to the business world, but I'm also very excited I'd like to welcome everyone. Here's my pitch. I'm going to share my screen. I hope everybody can see my screen. Here's my pitch. Oh, it's kind of, 1 second here. I'm going to move this over. Sorry, a little bit of okay, there we go. WEKH Visionary gives young student athletes the tools to balance their inner self, mind, academics, and physical movement beyond the sport while building natural momentum for the love of the game. The mission: WEKH Visionary will develop, balance, and advance the minds of student athletes. The vision: a strong mental health program is indispensable and serves to instill integrity, ennoblement, qualities on and off the court while staying true to the cultural identity. The gap for this market is the stigma in having mental health support, balance between academics and sports to get into high athletic programs. The perception that schools don't have enough resources and support for visible minorities, student athlete attention. WEKH Visionary is a one-stop shop for parents. Mental health support, it provides life skills, academics, and physical movement and family support. In York Region, 25,870 self-identify as Black. That's 2.5% of the population. In 2016, the Black population increased to 102%. That was between 1996 and 2006, and the numbers are continuously increasing. 1 in 5, which is 21% students, have serious thoughts of suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death amongst youth, also increasing rise in Black and Indigenous youth. It has been proven that youth involved in mental health support show a decrease in psychological distress. With increasing demand for mental health support, WEKH Visionary will be targeting parents with household incomes of $30,000 to $100,000 plus, which would allow those student athletes who would normally be overlooked to have a fair chance to be successful. WEKH Visionary will provide an online course for student athletes related to balancing academics and sports. The focus will be on mindfulness, coping, and anti-oppression strategies. The target market for WEKH Visionary is students aged 10 to 14, which is school age, grade 6 to 8, the middle school age. WEKH will be networking through social media via Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Mental health is a cornerstone of social and economic development amongst youth. WEKH Visionary will focus on rising student athletes of visible minority, specifically Indigenous and Black youth, to allow them the opportunity to engage in mental health support in a sufficient manner rather than compromise their health and their academics. WEKH Visionary is special because there's no waitlist or referral process for a psychologist or psychiatrist. With WEKH Visionary, you get immediate support. WEKH Visionary has a team of child and youth workers, applied behavior analysis, trained associates in first aid mental health, on-call 24-hour crisis, which is something that's greatly needed, youth mentors, and athletic trainers who are supporting the new vision. And the goal with this team is to provide future scholarships for at least a couple athletes that are in basketball programs. Key strategies for WEKH: one-to-one conversations, identify and engage the mind, identify the what, stressors, anxiety, depression, triggers, challenges, anger, emotion, fears, environment, sport politics, stress, strengths and weaknesses. These are things that these athletes face on a daily basis. Conversations via physical balance on the court, develop and relax the mind, learn how to understand the what and the why from the one-to-one conversations. Conversations via movement on the court, connect the mind, learn how to cope, adapt to the what from the one-to-one conversations and apply it to everyday life. The scale and growth. So within 6 months, because we're new, under $10,000 of sales, the goal is to network and secure funding and grants. I looked at MLSC Foundation, which creates positive outcomes for youth and the physical health. RBC Youth Mental Well-Being Grant supports programs with mental health services. In the first year, 60,000 plus sales. Provide internship for potential post-secondary students in the mental health and academic sector. This will cut costs. Second year, 120,000 plus. The goal is to build a basketball facility to increase growth and have a relationship with school boards. Third year, 180,000 plus. The goal is to scale the business to hire visible minorities. Who is DKH Visionary? DKH stands for the initials of my 3 children. That's where this starts from. I grew up not knowing much about mental health and the impact it has on so many people. Having an in-depth understanding of how to balance mental health, academics, and sports can propel one from mental health breakdown to mental health toughness. By connecting with young student athletes, heightening their awareness surrounding strategies to identify and engage in mental health concerns early will promote healthier youth. Mental health is a universal language spoken all over the world, and is our mission to ensure that young student athletes can speak the language without fear of who they are. I created this business to combat adversities that marginalize young student athletes that face these challenges. We need to make sure youth are mentally sound for the future because they are the future. Thank you. Once again, my name is Senika King. My email is sen.king, K-I-N-G, @hotmail.com. My phone number is 416-725-0157. Thank you for listening to my pitch. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you very much, Senika. What I'd like you to do in the next round, because we're very behind time, is to respond to the judges as a collective. So you wait till you hear all the responses and then you respond after, okay? Judges, I'm asking you as well, if you can keep, please keep your comments and feedback to a shorter time, just because we are running out and we want to make sure that we give everyone equal opportunity to respond. Okay, thank you very much. And now we will hear from the judges. And first we will hear from Nene.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was, okay.
You know what, you're absolutely right. We'll hear from Elise first. Elise?
No, Shelly said she was leaving.
Yeah, for me, it's okay. It's all good. Congratulations on making it this far. I wondered if this was a for-profit or a nonprofit. I do think I'm not clear on how it makes money. And I think that I got it. I just don't know if it's a investable product in terms of taking equity in it. But I think it's a great, possibly nonprofit. It seems like it's a training platform. So you talked a lot about the problems, but I was trying to pull out the business, and I think it sounds like a training platform, but I'm not exactly sure. So that was just be more clear about what it is exactly.
All right, thank you very much, Shelly. Then we will have Nene next.
Thank you, Nadine.
Yeah.
Hello, Senika. You're a fellow sports mom like myself. You're a basketball mom, I can tell. I'm a soccer mom, so I get a lot of what you are saying. This is very dear to me because I had depression and anxiety as a child, and it wasn't diagnosed till I was in my 40s. So I get the struggles, and so thank you for this. I also love that you spoke about your growth strategy. You were very clear about how you plan to achieve that. The other things I would say to you is, in your presentation, it was a little flat. So I know this is a very serious topic, but I didn't see the passion behind it. I didn't hear your story. All you said is the DKH, your kids' names, but I know there's more to it than that. There's a story. So you need to share that so that it can resonate with me as somebody who has experienced, who has had mental health struggles. I also wondered I also noticed that you were doing a lot of reading. You were just reading from your presentation versus trying to connect again with me. So it's all about the connection. So I could have read that PowerPoint myself, but I wanted to hear from you personally, from your heart. And are you open to other sports, or is it just basketball? So that's my feedback, but great. I like the idea. It's a very good idea. You just need to kind of fine tune it a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nene. And now I'm going to go to Elise.
I echo what some of the other judges said too. Congratulations on being a finalist, because I think there's 700 people and you're 3. I think the one thing that I would need is just a bit more of the marketing, like how are you going to be sharing this across the target audiences that you're trying to reach? Just a really clear plan about that. Based on when you shared the acronyms of what they meant, or the letters in the name, it would have been great to hear a bit more of that story, because that's where I felt like you were being a bit natural, and I was excited to kind of get into that story. But then we pivoted into the text heavy kind of slide there. And then last but not least, really just distinguishing, so that way, if I'm an investor and I have capital today to give to you to move forward, so that way we're making money, what are the clear revenue generating pathways of your business and your organization? Because right now it feels like it's a wonderful nonprofit that's going to secure a number of different grants just based on what it's about and what the climate in grants are like right now. So that's my only feedback to you, but congratulations for being here.
Thank you very much, Elise. And next we will have Amina. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français parce que c'est un sujet qui me touche beaucoup. Je suis une mère qui a élevé 2 enfants qui ont eu une carrière professionnelle à très haut niveau, au niveau du soccer et au niveau du basket. Donc, c'est un sujet qui m'interpelle. Bravo beaucoup. Bravo de l'avoir initié, et bravo d'être ici aujourd'hui pour nous le présenter. Comme Shirley l'a dit, on ne sait pas trop si c'est à but lucratif ou non lucratif. Il y a un besoin, c'est sûr qu'il y a un besoin pour les enfants, mais surtout pour les parents qui accompagnent ces enfants-là. Je pense qu'il y a un besoin. J'ai vécu, comme je le dis. Ça décrit le problème. Toutefois, j'ai eu l'impression que c'était une présentation théorique. C'était très théorique parce qu'on te voyait lire ta présentation, ton PowerPoint. Ici, on veut que tu viennes nous convaincre en tant qu'investisseur. Donc, il faut qu'on sache si tu viens ici pour présenter un projet qui va rapporter de l'argent, en plus d'être un projet qui a une cause sociale. Donc, j'apprécie le projet. Le modèle financier n'était pas très clair non plus. Encore une fois, ça revient au fait que l'investisseur n'est pas assez convaincu que c'est un projet qui va lui permettre de gagner de l'argent en plus d'aider à la cause que tu soutiens. Une recommandation, je pense que le projet peut fonctionner. Il faut utiliser beaucoup les réseaux sociaux, notamment les influenceurs. Les influenceurs qui sont des anciens sportifs, ou les sportifs qui sont encore en... oui, voilà.
Bon, merci, Amina.
Bravo et bonne chance.
Merci, Amina. Next, the final feedback from Charles. And again, I'm asking if we could keep their comments brief. Merci. Thank you, Charles. Go ahead.
Hi, Seneca. Congratulations. Out of 700 people, here you are. So you're a winner. This is an endorsement on what you're looking to achieve and what you're looking to solve. Mental health is a powerful cause, and thank you for tackling it head on. Also love the fact that you took your time to highlight the challenges that you're willing to solve, which is very good. I'm just going to echo some of the comments by my fellow panelists. You know, reading off the presentation, you know, it made the presentation look less natural, right? Secondly, I needed to hear more about your qualifications, right? Because you're dealing with a specialized area, mental health, where I would like to hear more about your credibility. You know, are you in this space? Are you educated in this space? And I also noticed that there was a jump in terms of revenue, but you didn't really walk us through how you'd be able to achieve that jump in revenue. And most importantly, I needed to hear about how this business is investable, right? I think my fellow panelists have indicated whether you're really a truly non-for-profit or whether you're there to make money. Overall, congratulations. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Charles. All right, we're wrapping up the first one. Wonderful. Thank you very much for that excellent pitches. I'm sure the judges will have a very tough time making a decision. Judges, if you can kindly now proceed to your private deliberation room. You have the toughest job today, so go right ahead and yeah, we'll see you back.
Thank you for your feedback.
Now we do have the hospitality category that's starting at 10:15. I'm just going to take a short moment just to check in with the team to see if we are ongoing for that, because we have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to take a quick bio break or a drink, and at 10:15 exactly, we will be starting the next pitch session. I just want to again reiterate on the French to everyone that the pitches in this category will be delivered in English. For anyone wishing to participate in French today, please select the interpretation button at the bottom right of your screen and choose the French translation option. Okay. And remember, pitches and comments will be made in both English and French. We have provided a live translation to ensure that everyone is able to listen. Please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom bar or to flip between the languages. If you are Anglophone and want to listen to a French pitch, please select English and English. No. If you want to listen to a French pitch, please select English. And if you're a Francophone and want to listen to an English pitch, please select French. Merci, thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back. We're now moving into the hospitality and food category session, my favorite. We will now move to hospitality and food. This category is for bed and breakfast, food retailers at all stages, and businesses associated with the food industry. This is a reminder that we have translation available in both English and French. Please select the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen and select your language of choice. For this particular category, the first pitch will be delivered in French, and the following two will be delivered in English. In this category, our entrepreneurs will be Arabelle Dada Amos, Brenda Edibi, and Marcia Hebert. After each of the pitches, there will be time for our esteemed judges to share feedback. Our judges are Janice Bartley, founder, Foodpreneur Lab; Carla Beauvais, co-founder, Origin; Cheryl Bedard, co-founder, Bedard Associates; Mary McIsaac, SVP, Loblaw Brands, Loblaw Companies Limited; Rustam Southwell, Chief Executive Officer, Black Business Initiative. For French participation, please select the interpretation button at the bottom right of your screen and choose the French translation option. The first pitch in this category will be presented in French, and the following two will be presented in English. And now, take it away, Arabelle Dada Amos.
Bonjour, je peux y aller? Bonjour, je m'appelle Arabelle Dada Amos et je suis la promotrice de la déguetterie. La déguetterie, c'est une entreprise qui a vocation de faire découvrir des recettes délicieuses, savoureuses et peu connues au Canada. Et c'est une équipe féminine et nous comptons justement fonctionner avec beaucoup de femmes issues de l'immigration. Le produit phare de la déguetterie, c'est le déguet. C'est un dessert très savoureux et délicieux à base de yogourt et de millet. Je vais vous montrer le millet ici. C'est de la farine de millet transformée sous forme de couscous en fait. Et c'est un produit sans gluten parce que le millet est sans gluten et riche en valeurs nutritives avec beaucoup de nutriments comme les vitamines du groupe B, le magnésium, le manganèse, le fer, le zinc, etc. Nous offrons le déguet en deux formats. Un format de poche que voici ici et un format plus familial de 32 onces et 12 onces. La déguetterie, c'est aussi d'autres produits toujours très savoureux, délicieux et nutritifs en fait, mais de produits qu'on ne retrouve pas souvent ici comme le baobab, les fleurs d'hibiscus, etc. Au niveau du développement durable, la déguetterie gère ses matières résiduelles et compte faire un partenariat avec des coopératives agricoles en Afrique pour se procurer son millet. Actuellement, nous nous procurons le millet ici sur place au Canada, mais à terme, avec notre industrialisation, nous comptons aller directement auprès des femmes qui produisent ce millet-là et dans une optique de commerce équitable. Et la clientèle de la déguetterie, en fait, c'est les Africains de la diaspora d'une part et d'autre part, la population en général, mais notamment les enfants, parce que comme je disais, c'est vraiment un produit très nourrissant et qu'ils peuvent prendre comme collation de retour de l'école en attendant le souper. Nous avons deux modes de distribution. D'une part, nous sommes présents dans une épicerie, mais nous comptons être dans plusieurs épiceries ou commerces de détail. Et d'autre part, nous faisons également de la vente directe aux consommateurs, notamment par un service de livraison dédié, justement en temps de COVID, pour éviter les interactions multiples. Bien, on peut vous livrer directement à votre porte ou encore, nous comptons être sur les plateformes de livraison telles que Uber Eats, DoorDash ou Skip. La stratégie de marketing de la déguetterie est vraiment axée sur la communication digitale et consistera à dynamiser les réseaux sociaux et organiser des sessions de dégustation. En temps de COVID, on ne pourra pas faire dans les épiceries directement, mais nous ferons en fait des pots à emporter pour que les personnes puissent découvrir le produit directement chez elles. Nous organiserons aussi des événements virtuels où en live, on pourra tous ensemble déguster du déguet. Et en 3 mois d'existence, qui constitue la période expérimentale de la déguetterie, nous avons réussi à vendre 400 bouteilles à travers une épicerie et la vente directe aux consommateurs. Et nous comptons nous étendre de la ville de Montréal, de la ville de Québec, où nous sommes basés en ce moment, à la ville de Montréal, au reste de la province et ensuite au Canada. Et pour ce faire, et pour garder notre place de leader et de pionnier en termes de déguet au Canada, mais nous comptons nous faire incuber d'une part et également industrialiser nos processus et procédés. Et pour nous concentrer sur la production, nous allons faire affaire avec une agence de placement de produits qui va nous permettre justement d'obtenir plus de marché pour les épiceries et nous focaliserons sur la production. Nous allons aussi obtenir des certifications plus du domaine alimentaire comme Aliments de Québec, par exemple. La déguetterie compte en fait augmenter le nombre d'épiceries à coût de 3 par trimestre pour atteindre les 12 à la fin de l'année 2021 et les 50 d'ici 3 ans. Et cela va lui permettre d'avoir un chiffre d'affaires de 165 000 $ pour l'année 2021 et de 400 000 $ pour l'année 2022. 3 mots-clés guident la déguetterie. C'est gourmandise, nourrissant et sain. Et tout ceci fait avec amour et cœur. Je vous remercie.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Arabelle. Now we will hear from our esteemed judges, and I will start with Janice. Janice? And remember again, judges, I'm asking you just for us to keep time. If you could keep your comments brief to maybe 1, 2 at the most main points. Thank you so much. Janice, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I seem to be having problems. Can the host release me from sharing the video? It's not allowing me to do that. Good morning, everyone. Can you see me? Hi. Well, Arabelle, I want to tell you welcome, and I'm happy to see you as a finalist, and I love the idea of your product. And so because I don't want to bastardize your French, I'm going to make an attempt. So it's called déguetterie.
Oui.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And so,
Oui, c'est ça.
Okay, perfect. So I love the idea of what you're doing. So I just wanted to clarify, is the French name is that the substitution for millet, or is the French name an actual product that you're making?
Non, déguet, c'est un mot en tant que tel. C'est le nom du,
okay,
du
perfect.
dessert.
So moving along. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So I like the idea that you're using millet, and even more importantly, you demonstrated what it looks like so people have a better understanding of what the product looks like and how it can be used. And because it's a grain, it has all these health benefits to it, which is what people are actually looking for in terms of an alternative to, for example, those who suffer from celiac or have diabetes. So kudos on that. I thought your presentation was done very well. You talked about the target market. One of the things I also like to see is that especially culturally, when you launch a product, we always tend to think it's going to be for that community, and really it's beyond that community. It's for the North American market as well. And so you have, you're kind of required to educate that market as well as to how can they integrate that product into their daily lives in terms of the nutrition factor. And I think with that, if you're using the grain, you can offer some alternative recipes as well, because people are always looking for, hey, if it's a great product and it does so well and it's gluten-free, what other stuff can we do? So I think that would also expand on your sales as well, apart from the dessert. So I would probably look for a product developer to work with as well in terms of other recipe alternatives. You also mentioned your sales for product and your grain wholesale, which I think is great. I think, again, you said you're going to be working with a product placement agency. So I think that's important. So I think you've kind of nailed that. So without taking any time away from anyone else, congratulations on the presentation. I love the idea and hope I'll get to try your product one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice, for your feedback. And next, Carla. Sorry, yes. Carla is not here. Okay, so next over to Cheryl. Cheryl, can you provide your feedback next? Thank you so much.
You had tremendous excitement, and that came through in the voice and your body motions. And showing that excitement is really part of the sales opportunity, because we could see you were invested in it. You did a good job of explaining what it was, but I think you could also spend a bit of time on the benefits. When we're trying to pitch a new product, a new idea, especially for the North American market, describing that benefit would be very valuable. And you hit on it slightly, but I would really bring that to the forefront. And again, with the recipes and use, I agree, would be a good opportunity. I liked your excitement. I liked the way you were comfortable with yourself and comfortable with the product. In terms of moving it forward, social media will be a great opportunity for you. Store placement, specialty stores, convenience stores that are high end and carry the more healthy snacks. Here in Toronto, INS would be one of the convenience stores I would look at, because they specialize in healthy snacks. So it may be an entree into the marketplace. Testing will be a great opportunity for you. And product placement is going to be a big challenge. I would try putting it in some of the smaller places first, and then build some record of sales and opportunities that you can take to the larger stores, and they're more likely to listen to you. Good luck and congratulations. It was really well done.
Thank you very much for that feedback, Cheryl. And next, over to Mary.
Great. So can you hear me? Yeah? Excellent. So first off, congratulations. That was really, really well done. Again, just as some of the other judges said, you can really see your passion. And when you think about entrepreneurialism and small business, it has to be the charisma and the leadership of the entrepreneur that really drives these things forward. So huge congratulations on that. I like that you showed the product, because this is all about the product. You use words like leadership, which I think is important. So it's very clear that you want to lead. I liked your reference to fair trade and ultimately going back in the food chain in that way. And you also talked about focus. I think that is key, right? Oftentimes we try to go too wide. So I like the fact that you say you were going to focus on production and have others do the other pieces. I would say the area I wasn't really clear on was your go-to-market. There were a number of things that you talked about using, from grocery to digital to other places. I'd encourage you to be equally focused in your go-to-market and pick something and go deep. And just building on some of the other feedback, an item like this, sampling, I think that's where I would spend my first and last dollar. And then perhaps getting some influencers to help you get the word out. But I'd encourage you to stay very, very focused in your target and your go-to-market and go deep there. So congratulations, and it was wonderful to hear your pitch.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Mary. I appreciate it. And now we have the final remarks from Rustam Southwell.
Bonjour, good morning, Arabella. I too was pleased with the passion that came across from the presentation, and even touching the medical benefits that could come from it as well, from your background. So I think there was a very, very good job there. In terms of the product, I thought the description was very good. What I thought could have helped me personally is saying what it tastes like. And so I didn't get I know it's a dessert, so it'd have been good to know, well, it tasted like something, that one is familiar with. In terms of the production, and I don't know if it's co-branded with someone else, or it's going to be produced in-house, or there's plan to manufacture for growth and expansion. I have to admit, like my pre-reading, I thought it was a bit of a bar, so I saw the two different bottles that came out. So it's interesting as a yogurt type meal deal for folks like me who have a quick lunch on the run or snack on the run. It would one way to market it. The marketing plan is good. I like the drama with showing the millet at the front end. When I saw the containers, I'm not sure how far down you've reached with branding for awareness and some attention to that, so that folks can grab it and identify what the product looked like as well. But overall, I thought it was a good presentation. I think the targeted sales for a startup is not too bad, and I know getting on shelf is pretty tricky. So having a social media marketing strategy is a good idea. So all in all, very pleased to see it and wish you the best with your enterprise and your entrepreneurial activities and your other activities I noticed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Rustam, you probably wanted a sample, didn't you?
Not if he's going to put weight on me.
Thank you so very much. And now we will have, thank you so very much, Arabelle, merci. And next we will move on to the next pitch comes from Brenda Eddie Beatty.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to share my presentation. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Brenda Ibedi. I'm the founder of Paxile Foods Incorporated, and I'm a mom of 3 awesome boys. I'm currently the only employee of Paxile Foods and handle production from start to finish. Our mission is to provide tasty, nutritious, and healthy dry fruits as on-the-go snacks and as part of family menus, offering an indulgent and guilt-free snacking experience. Sometime in 2015, while living in Oman, my husband lost his job. I had a 1-year-old and I was pregnant at the time. As a stay-at-home mom without a source of income, this was pretty unnerving. Months later, I got an inspiration for this line of business. While researching, I discovered something troubling. As part of my research, I discovered obesity and diabetes were on the rise in children. I also found out that I couldn't find dried fruits without additives, chemical additives, suitable for my little one and for me as a pregnant lady at the time. This strengthened my resolve to create a unique, healthy, tasting, healthy snacking option suitable for kids and adults alike. Fast forward to years later, we relocated to Canada. I started my research and found the same trend right here in Canada. In fact, Health Canada states 5 in 10 kids will have diabetes, type 2 diabetes in their lifetime. Pretty alarming, right? Paxile Food was founded on my passion to promote healthy eating in children. Paxile Foods is a health food company with a focus on providing tasty and nutritious healthy snacks, dried fruit snacks without additives or preservatives. Our goal is to increase the number of individuals with improved nutrition and healthy snacking habits with keen interest on children. These are our product lines. You have the dried tart apple chips, the dried apple chips, the banana chips, and the pineapple chips. Our dried fruits are high in fiber, antioxidants, and nutrients. They aid digestion and boost the immune system. Currently in the market, there aren't so many healthy snacking options available. In the retail stores, most of the dry fruits have added sugars, preservatives such as sulfur, which is damaging to our health. Also, most of the dry fruits are being imported and not produced locally. The solution to this for us makes us unique. That's what our uniqueness is all about. We never bake or fry our dried fruits. We use low temperature dehydration process to preserve the nutrients. We do not have added sugars. We do not have preservatives. Our products are gluten-free, allergens-free, and of course, vegan. Our snacks are packed in 25-gram snacks focused on children's lunch boxes. This is actually unique to us. Also, we have the 50-gram pack size, which makes it convenient to carry on the go. All our 25-gram pack of fruits are all under 100 calories. This helps for portion control. Also, all our fruits are sourced, processed, and dried right here in Calgary, Alberta. We do them in small batches, keeping them fresh all the time. Our target audience are moms with little kids, 3 years to 5 to 12 years, individuals with dietary restrictions like gluten-free, peanut allergies, the vegan community, and busy professionals. We interact with our target audience through our Instagram, through our social media platforms at Paxile Foods on Instagram, on Facebook, and through some mom networks on WhatsApp chats. Our products are currently being purchased via direct messaging on Instagram, on Facebook, on our WhatsApp business account. Also, our products will be available on belocal.org from next week because I'm a member with them. Currently, apaxile.com is under construction and will be available coming March during our launch. Our projections for the year 2021. Our projected revenue is 24,000. We're trying to keep it in line with our current reality. Our gross margin stands at 47% and our net profits at 21%. To scale up this market, our growth strategy will be to approach the retail stores. We look at community natural foods. It's a health food store with organic foods. We'll also be approaching the local African stores. We're approaching no frills and Sobeys. We'll also be partnering with Healthy Hunger. This is a school lunch program. And also we intend to expand our product line to attract more markets. We'll be focused on value-added content marketing through blogging, e-marketing, and our other social media platforms. We'll be investing in targeted advertisements through IG and Instagram. We'll also be running subscription programs to bring our customers back. It will interest you that at this moment, since production in the past 3 months, we've had repeated customers. Over 55% of our customer base have purchased more than 3 times from us. If we win this pitch award, this will give us the capacity to source our fruits at wholesale prices, thereby reducing our cost of production, increasing our margins, and being able to work with distributors to get into the retail stores. We also will be adding additional human resource and some equipment to reduce production time. We intend to expand our product line with similar products. Our competition are Gahawa and All Naturals, and you can see in the criteria we stand out. Our estimated market share is about 25%. So this goes beyond for us selling dried fruits. It's about ensuring all kids have access to healthy snacking options, just like my kids. In conclusion, I would say this is my own contribution to ensuring diabetes and obesity are reduced to the barest minimum in kids. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Merci. We will be having the first judge feedback from Rustam. Rustam Southwell, please.
Hello. Okay, I was trying to get my video on. I'm not sure if it's, so I'll just go ahead. Oh, okay. So I think I'm on now. So Brenda, quite an impressive presentation. Like I've seen a lot of presentation, very well done. Like the fact that right away you came with a product, how it's labeled, the labeling and packaging right up front, because for that type of food product, it's always good to see it on the shelves so we can get that going. I also was very pleased to see that you're responding to a specific needs, and that helps to sell a lot of people. There's a big consideration on healthy living these days, and so responding to that directly. And even in preparation, looking at your bio that was sent out before, I was wondering what the process would be like. So you're very clear in expressing how the production would work, which helped me to understand in terms of no frying and so on, which was extremely clear. And I just want to say thanks for explaining the process as well, give an idea of what you eat and what you put in your body. The details around the portion sizing and those areas help me. helped me to understand quite well. And I like the fact that your marketing strategy has seen you getting some return customers already, which is quite interesting. I don't know if it's planned the strategy, but the $24,000 sales level surprised me a bit. I thought from the quality of the presentation, it was more than that. So there should be you're in a competitive market, so there should be a good chance to grow if you continue the way you're going. I think you showed about a $5,000 profitability or retained earnings at the end. So there's opportunity to move up the ladder on that, and having different areas of trying to get into the main chains as well. So congrats anyway. I thought it was a well thought out, very detailed presentation and showed some quality. And thanks for the passion for you and your family as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rustam. Next, we have Mary.
Great. So first off, congratulations, Brenda, for making it here. Congratulations on that. Listen, I loved your presentation. I thought that right off the bat, I got a feel for not only your product, but also you and your character and your ambition and why you're in this business. So there's what you're doing, but why you're doing. So that came across really clear and in a storytelling way, not a fact download. So congratulations on that. So I felt really clear on that. I think the one piece of advice that I would give you as you move forward, and I know you'll be wildly successful either way, is your product is great, but I think your competition is much bigger than you might think. And the number of products that are out there similar are bigger than you think. So my advice to you is to leverage your brand and leverage your story to differentiate yourself. And I think that's the secret, little bit of secret sauce that might be missing here. It's not about the product, it's about the story, and it's about what you're trying to do differently around access to healthy snacks and reducing obesity. So I'd have you focus a little bit more on your brand. And also, like Rustam, I felt your financials were quite light. But I do like the idea of focus, but I think you have to decide how big is big. And if you do go into retail, it's probably about 10, 20, okay, 30 times those numbers. Okay, great.
So now you want to link the images?
So just get clear on what the end state looks like from a success, because you might get into something that you can't deliver. And that's where I think a little bit around scaling up and what success looks like to you. But congratulations, very exciting, and look forward to seeing where you go with this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Now over to Cheryl.
Brenda, congratulations. Very professional. And I mean that in all honesty. Your slides, the motion, the design, you've taken a lot of time and attention on it. It shows. I agree that there needs to be a bit more research on the marketplace. The one thing is you have a good story to tell. Make that the center of who you are. And then you may find other people who may have a little more in the nutritional background that could re-emphasize spokespeople who have maybe accreditation in nutrition that could help you with that, to just give you more emphasis as to the opportunity of the product for eating and nutrition, and some facts there may help. But I would focus very much on you and your story, and the results that you feel you can offer to young families and who are looking for all kinds of different snacks the children will eat that are healthy for them. So that's one of the things, is taste, how the children like it. And we're all kids at heart. So I would expand my market a little bit for the adults who also want nutritional snacks on the go, because it tucks into a purse, it tucks into a briefcase. It can be kept in a desk drawer. So there's some opportunities there you may be missing. I know you're focused on children because that's where you are in your life. But I think you should also look at the opportunity to expand the advertising concepts to the adults who also want good nutrition and don't want to be grabbing at the potato chips. So there's some great opportunities there. Social media is a good place to start. Over time, you may find that's not sufficient, and you may then consider going into more brand identity instead of product advertising. I wish you all the best. You've got the genesis of a great opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sure.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you. And then we'll have the final remarks from Janice.
Congratulations, Brenda, on being a finalist in the Rise Up Pitch competition. And I think Cheryl and Mary have echoed exactly a lot of the points where I'm going to address as well. Your presentation was well done, and I love the product. One of the things that Mary alluded to is that that market that you're swimming in is extremely huge. And just to give you an example, the estimated growth on the global market is like 31 billion going into 2025. But what I like is that you stayed away from the nutritional bar concept, and you've gone to the chips, which is a great alternative for people like me who I don't necessarily buy into the potato chip brand. I'd much rather have a healthy alternative. So it's good to see that, yes, your target market is kids, but as I think Cheryl alluded to, the adults out here like myself as well like to have that on the go. So you definitely have a market to tap in there. The one thing I noticed was the packaging. And so for me, that black border, as great as the product is, it just doesn't do the product justice. I would want to see something a little bit more colorful. And I know sometimes cost has a lot to do with that. But I think also if you're going to be on the shelf in a sea of other products, you really need to stand out. So, I mean, it could even be stick figures of children playing with different colors, a rainbow of colors, something simple, fresh, clean, that's easily identifiable, that really makes you stand out. One of the other things I wanted to mention to you is that, your product is all natural, and maybe one of the things that might tie into your great story as well is this concept of food circularity, where you really focus in on zero waste as part of your branding. And so, yes, you make the chips, but as well, what do you do with the skin? What do you do with the core? Because if you can repurpose that, whether it's you give it to another organization or another corporation or food entity that can use that, that even adds to your story. And so it buys into that sustainability aspect as well. The last thing I wanted to mention is that because we don't have the farmers markets open, one of the other things I noticed you had B2B, B2C, is to possibly look at sampler kits to send out. This is one of the things that are being pushed at the moment, where, for example, the Canadian Women in Food, they have these sampler packets that they've been sending out over Christmas. I think if you could get your product in that kit, it would really broaden the market, because I believe that is national. And so it will really introduce your product as another alternative to perhaps trying to get into the big stores. It's on a smaller scale, but you may have a wider audience. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And I think it's fantastic. So I look forward to actually trying it when it gets there.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your feedback, Janice. And Brenda, thank you very much for your pitch. We will now be moving on to the final pitch of the day. Our last entrepreneur for the category is Marcia Hebert. Marcia?
Hi, Marcia. The interpreter can't hear you.
Just confirming the judges can't hear either, I don't believe.
Hi, Marcia. You may have to unmute or connect to computer audio. If you have headphones, you can also plug those in. So Marcia, if you go to the bottom of your screen on the left-hand side, you'll see a button that says mute. If you click the little arrow pointing upwards, there's a few options and you'll want to select, connecting to your computer, or if you're using headphones, selecting those. So for example, I'm on my MacBook Air and I have MacBook Air selected. We still cannot hear you, Marcia. Do you have any headphones that you can connect with?
Can you hear me?
Yes, success, amazing.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Okay, this is awesome. I'm
All right,
not sure what happened.
No problem.
Okay, let's go. So I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, awesome. Can everyone see my screen? Good?
Good to go.
Good to go. You get a cookie, I get a cookie. Yes, we can eat our cookies guilt-free. Hello, my name is Marcia Bear. I am the founder and creative director of Eat for Life by Marcia. We create nutritious, delicious, gluten-free and dairy-free snacks to help you maintain your health and happiness. I am here today to promote my Snackalicious pack. The problem we have today is Canadian is spending $13.8 billion per year on economic burden because of increased processed foods, which is causing dietary related disease such as obesity, anemia. Myself, I have anemia. And because of that, a lot of people are snacking lots and they're not eating enough nuts, whole grain, vegetables, and fruits. So the solution is access. What we're missing is access to the healthy foods that you can create snacks. I am here to tell you that I am no longer part of the burden. Sorry, my apologies. I am here to tell you that I'm no longer part of the burden. When I came to Canada over 35 years ago, the doctor diagnosed me and said, you have anemia and you need to take your iron pills and eat broccoli. I was like, broccoli? What is broccoli? I'm from the Caribbean. I've never heard of broccoli. So what does that look like for me? What does that look like on my plate? What does that eating healthy looks like for me. Over the years, I was unaware that anemia is a symptom of celiac. So I was unaware that I had gluten issues. I suffered with abdominal pain. Every year, every day, I was just in pain, tremendous pain. So now, over the years, also I've noticed my daughter, she had developed intellectual disability because of my poor nutrition. So my daughter was my inspiration to get healthy. And one of the biggest things for me was the budget, not having enough money to buy the foods that was needed to be healthy. Back then, they did not have a lot of the healthy foods that they have right now. And so then I came up with eating healthy. Why can't we have our cookies, cakes, and muffins and not be guilty about it? And so then I started to research. I got inspired to just get better with my health. And as I researched, I took a nutritional program to find out more about nutrition. Growing up in Jamaica, we understand to eat healthy, but we didn't understand the nutrients in the food. So I came up with our Snackalicious pack because I love cookies, and my daughter, she needed to have her snacks. So making cakes, cookies, and muffins from whole foods, vegetables, nuts, and seeds, so we could have our nutrients. And so Snackalicious pack is about that. We take the best of the ingredients, put them together, and create recipes. And so I want to offer our Snackalicious packs. I've created cookbooks, and I've created magazine, and I've created the packs. The cookbooks was a way I got started with Snackalicious. My favorite thing to do is to snack. And so I came up with Snackalicious cookbook, and all the cookies and snacks I created, and I created my social media. And because of my social media presence, it was easy for me to sell over 75 books. And I started last year, November of 2020, I started, and I have not done any advertisements. The Snackalicious pack came out because of the health condition crisis. More and more people are having diet-related diseases, and they need help. The Snackalicious pack include ingredients that are top quality ingredients into the pack, and also the cookbook. They get 3 recipe cards and information about their health condition. We have someone who had osteoarthritis. The focus was on magnesium and calcium. In the Snackalicious pack, they get a list of foods that are high in magnesium, a list of foods that are high in calcium. They get a magazine with it, and they get the products they can use to create cookie, cakes, and more. The size of the market is $1.8 billion, the health and wellness product. And I am coming from my piece of the pie, 3%. 3% of that is 54 million over 5 years. And we're aiming to reach 1 million this year. Our target market is people with diet-related diseases, people with food allergies, such as myself, I'm gluten and dairy-free, and those who have dietary preference, vegan, keto, whatever it may be. We have a snack for them. The timing. The timing is now. The Canadian government, as a healthy initiative to help people get healthier. But the information about getting healthy, more and more Canadians want to get healthy. They are ready to get healthy. The competition for what I'm offering, the competition is the health food store, the grocery store, and the artisan store. Eat for Life, we offer customizations. That means for your health and for your dietary preference. For accessibility, we deliver to your door. We give you more content so you can create more recipes. And delivery, yes, no problem. Price is affordability. Our market approach is online and offline, Facebook, LinkedIn, and offline Calgary Child Magazine. I've done well with my social media, giving content so people can get used to the idea that yes, you can eat your cookie and not worry about it. Yes, you can eat your muffin and not worry about it. I have membership with the Canadian Health Food Association, Calgary Women in Food, and the Calgary Chamber of Commerce. All those offer opportunities for marketing, for reaching more people. Partnership with the local organizations such as the Calgary Dollars, where we bring Canadian money back into the community. They have over 2,300 consumers that are waiting for the product. And so there's opportunities to reach them. With the rise of investment, most of it will be going to the marketing part of it to get ready to market Snackalicious Pack. And then the other opportunity it gives us is for our inventory. We have access to a lot of the top brands. And then we have our staff and website. Our team, myself, Marcia Hébert, I have the trademark for Eat for Life, and presently working on my certification for nutritional consultant. We have Mike Niles, who is our financier. I just tell him, wait, we need to make $1 million. He crunches numbers and we are good to go. And we have Monique Chateau, who's our customer manager extraordinaire.
We are at time.
Now is the time to give Canadian access to support their health and wellness. This is just the beginning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Marcia. Thank you. Now over to Janice for remarks.
Thank you, Marcia. Loved your product. All I heard was eat, and you'll be okay. I go, okay, sign me up. I'm in. I love the introduction that you did. I get a cookie, you get a cookie, and your passion that came with it, and the passion of that came through not only with the emphasis on healthy eating, but the story that you told in terms of how it affected you personally. And you really grabbed our attention because it was emotional as well. And a lot of people that fall into that category can relate to that as well. And those who don't. I have a friend who is celiac. So every time we eat, she has to choose the restaurant. So I completely understand how important and life-altering that is as well. Not only that, you educated me on the relationship between anemia and celiac disease. I did not know that. So thank you. So I learned something today as well. One of the things I wanted to ask, kudos on the cookbook. I have to give you full credit on that as well. And I wanted to know, are your cookbooks all hardcover, or are any of them digital online books?
Yes, the cookbooks are soft cover and they're print at the moment. And we're looking to go digital where they can download the digital version.
Okay, because I think that's something there that you'll definitely be tapping into as well. Because I personally love a digital book with the iPad. You put it in the kitchen and you're kind of good to go, and it works with you. I love that the fact is that you backed it up with the statistics, because I always say the numbers don't lie. And so you've really pointed to where the interest of the government is as well, which shows an alignment that healthy eating is not an alternative, but it's a fact, because here are the 3 S's, which was, I think you mentioned, the salt, sugar, and saturated fats, which is what everybody wants to stay away from. So I think also you have the potential of expanding on your line in a larger area. And one last question is, what is the cost of the Snackalicious Pack? I was quite curious about that.
The average cost is $35.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for those remarks. Next, we go over to Cheryl. Cheryl?
Marcia, congratulations on your recovery. That was a difficult start. Shows professionalism when you're able to manage that and still move forward. Very interesting. I think your emotion and your story are powerful and should never be lost, because this is an incredibly crowded market. There's huge issues in terms of breaking through the clutter of all the other information that is out there. The story is going to help. The question I have in terms of what you're attempting to do is, again, you're almost finished your nutritional studies. That's important. because it gives you credibility and credence in your ability to speak. I would find some other spokespeople who have other issues that maybe you may be able to speak to. Be careful because of our Canadian laws in terms of the statements that you make regarding health. They're quite rigid, and you have to. It could come and hit you in the back of the head when you're least expecting it. But there's a great opportunity for you to grow and to create something exciting here. Online, you may look at some sort of subscription online sales opportunity where there could be an opportunity for people, particularly with specific health issues, and they want to acquire this on an ongoing basis, so it comes to them automatically on a weekly or monthly basis. This may help your sales opportunity because it could be very specific. And you seem to be focused on specific health issues where sugars and fats and wheat and that sort of thing are issues. And that is a struggle even today in the marketplace to make sure that, and if you're peanut free, this can also be a huge issue for families with children with peanut allergies. So you might find subscription sales online might be a powerful entree to increase your revenue quickly and give you credence so that you can be stocked on store shelves.
Thanks.
Many thanks for that, Cheryl. Next, we have remarks from Mary.
Great. All right. So thank you, Marcia. And I echo the others. I loved how you saved that. That was great. Grace under pressure. So congratulations for that. I thought your branding was excellent, and it isn't lost on me. You have the pink on and your pink presentation, but very quickly, you know, we saw the person behind the brand, and I love that you were vulnerable and you shared why this is so important to you. Because again, the entrepreneur in these small businesses are going to make or break it, and so I love the personal nature. It made me feel, you know, you are going to will this into action. Even without us. So that really came through. So congratulations. I like how you did problem and solution and connected those dots. I'd encourage you to continue to do that as you sell this in your mind. I'm sure everything connects, but the more specifically you can connect the dots, if you're selling it into a retailer as well, I think that's really important. Just make it easy. I love that you already have a small team around, so you can tell not only you have momentum, but you mean business and you're going to drive this forward. A couple little suggestions when you think about this category, and some of the other judges have focused on this. It is a burning platform, but it is a very crowded category. And a couple of things. No compromise, I would say, is the key customer driver here. So you've talked about that with regard to guilt, but also no compromise in taste and no compromise in terms of healthy eating shouldn't cost more. So as you think those through, those would be three places. The other, I wasn't clear a little bit on the brand. Is it Snackalicious or is it something else? And my advice to you is get clear on that, because if you're in the Snackalicious business, then trademark that. And any equity you have should be, that's the business you're in. I think you had a different trademark. And so get really clear what business you're in. And I also wasn't completely clear on the products. I love the book. There's a service around that I get, but I wasn't clear about the products. So you didn't have a lot of time, but that would be something I'd want to know more about. And I'd encourage you to focus on loyalty. Don't just get somebody once, get them for a lifetime. So as you market this going forward. But anyways, super exciting, and all of the best.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so very much for that feedback, Mary. And finally, we'll have Rustam. Rustam, merci.
Merci, thank you, Nadine. Nice to see you, Masha. I probably should start with Mary, because if I was in Halifax, I think she'd stole all my notes. Even starting with, I had Cam under pressure. She said Grace under pressure. And I think with you coming out, and we know we all get in those presentation situations, I would be sweating profusely if I were you. So I have to commend you for that, to getting that going. And once you got into the presentation, as we know, it went really well. And one of the other things, just on the list of notes that Mary stole from me here, the fact that you have a team in place is phenomenal, because, you know, whether based on the company, wherever it is on your line, on your growth line, to have advisors or support system always help an entrepreneur company. So for me, it says not only working in pressure, but willing to listen to others to give guidance. And that's key to get good mentors and people around you. The other thing Mary stole from me again, is the market, the concept around market to market capture, because we know the food sector is highly competitive. We saw that, especially the packaged goods in grocery stores and restaurants as well, but other things. So having your sort of your personal identifying, your ESP, your extra unique personality or product line will certainly help. And I think you've done a good job in doing many things, tying what you do to good health, which is essential. But you have a very captivating story, because it comes natural, because it's your family, your daughter, yourself that drives that. And so I was pretty keen on that. Now, one of the areas that I would say, even though it's over a multi-billion-dollar area, I would have want to see a little bit of strategy on how you intend to capture it, take it away from some of it, because we assume the sales are there. How do we differentiate and take it away from other folks as well? And then would have been good to get an idea of what the sales level is currently to drive those in. In terms of the product line, I like the fact that it wasn't one and done. So you're in various aspects to it. You know, obviously being in the aspect is good enough, but they'll have to have a growth and strategy for each of those. And I will end with Mary's comment again. Between Snackalicious and Eat More Better, there's a little bit of brand identity that was going on. So she made that point. How do you highlight that? But you know, good presentation.
Thank you.
You know, good energy, and yeah, complimentary. Good. Enjoy the day. So
thank you.
Thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Rustam. Thank you so very much. Such excellent feedback. You know, I remember when I started my business many years ago, I did not have this kind of feedback. I would have loved to have had the feedback that you all have received from Janice, from Mary, from Rustam, from Cheryl. Just incredible. A lot of value here. So thank you very much. A big thank you to our entrepreneurs for these creative pitches, and to our judges for your insightful feedback. Judges, be sure now to connect in your private deliberation room. I'm sure you're all very hungry, especially after hearing all this food talk. So we will break for lunch. Our next category will start promptly at noon, and we look forward to seeing you there shortly. And we will break for lunch now. Thank you so very much. Merci.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. We have had such an insightful morning session, and with great presentations from our entrepreneurs, and with great feedback from our esteemed judges. Thanks to you all, and thanks to our moderator, Nadine Spencer. Now we are at the Consumer Goods and Services session. And the businesses in the category of consumer goods and services are committed to physical and or mental health. These businesses include the personal trainer, therapist, yoga instructor, cosmetics and hair care fashion. And in this category, are presenting entrepreneurs are Miriam Jean-Baptiste, Emefa Kudai, and Ketura Osinde. The judges in this category will provide feedback after each of our pitches.
Please meet our esteemed judges in this category. First on the list is Marsha Brown, the Vice President, Jean Augustine Center for Young Women's Empowerment. Vivian Kay, founder and CEO of Kinky Curly Yaki. Adedoyin Omotara, founder of Adonai Beauty. Michelle Smith, Associate Director, Canadian Commercial Banking at BMO Bank of Montreal. For translation in this session, please select the interpretation button at the bottom right of your screen and choose the French translation option. For this category, all 3 pitches will be in English. We will now start the category off with Miriam Jean Baptiste. Over to you now, Miriam.
Hello, everyone. I will share my screen right now. It won't be too long. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hold on. Hi, everyone. My name is Myriam Jean-Baptiste, and I am the co-founder of Elle Escrime Liqueur. And along with my husband, Stephen Charles, we used Stephen's grandmother's crémasse recipe in order to create a Black-owned alternative in the cream liqueur category. So Elle Escrime is inspired by one of the most iconic beverages from Haiti that is called crémasse. It's a rich blend of coconut, vanilla, cinnamon, and nutmeg. And we really saw an opportunity there because we grew up with crémasse. In the Haitian community, it's a recipe that is passed on from generation to generation. But as adults, we always wondered why it was not possible to go directly to your local liquor store and purchase a bottle. So we really saw an opportunity there. And being in business, we also did our market research and saw that cream liqueurs are on the rise. We're actually the only cream liqueur that is inspired by Haitian crémasse that is commercialized, the only Black-owned cream liqueur on the shelves of the SEQ here in Quebec and also in the US. And another opportunity was that none of the major creams like Bailey's, Ramchata, Amarula were actually targeting the diversity and millennials. So through our marketing, we are using our Haitian culture as a tool to appeal not only to our community, but to everyone. Our mission is really to share our love, our pride, and our heritage and our Haitian culture through this product. The customers that we are targeting are diverse young professionals between the ages of 25 to 45 years old, but also middle-aged professionals that already have an affinity to cordials, but would be open to trying new cream liqueurs. We have won 5 medals, including the Wine and Spirit Competition Gold Medal in Las Vegas. And this really gave us the seal of approval because it's a prestigious competition in this industry. And we were going against the big names. So it really told us, okay, we have a good product of quality on our hands and we need to push our business. To give you some numbers, since launching in 2015, we sold over 40,000 bottles of Elle Escrime, all by self-distribution with close to no marketing dollars. We are available in 200 point of sales in Quebec at the SEQ, and we're actually sold out right now and coming back in April. In 2019, during the summer, we decided to concentrate on the US and we launched in New York, New Jersey, Florida, including some Total Wine locations, which is a very big chain of liquor stores. We also partnered with a distributor to be able to ship online to through 33 states. So that also enabled us to reach a broader audience. And by the end of 2021, we aim to sell 3,000 cases through our marketing strategy and through strategic partnerships. Our growth strategy, tastings, social media, distribution, and also a scoop for you guys to develop new flavors of the product. So tastings, there's a power in tastings. We get direct feedback from the customers. We're able to know exactly what they think. We're able to sell directly to them also. So just as an example here, we had 42 bottles when we started the tasting, and after 3 hours only, we were able to sell out all of our bottles. During COVID, we had to find a way to pivot. So we started to do virtual tastings. So that really worked well and helped us reach, again, a broader audience. Social media, we have over 13,000 followers right now, and we were able to build a really proud, loyal, and emotionally connected community of consumers that keep on coming back and purchasing also the product. Distribution is important for us. We're able to sell directly to distributors, to stores, and also directly to consumers. And we just entered an important distribution partnership with RNDC, which is a top distributor in the US, which will enable us to enter different markets in the next few months, including Georgia, Maryland, DC, and also Michigan. We want to keep on focusing on the ACQ, although it's a hard market to be in, but we want to continue to focus on them and where in the locations where our primary target is based, and also continue our conversation with the LCBO, which is also a market that we want to penetrate in 2021, 2022. So we've also partnered with Hope for Haiti, which is a foundation that works to provide clean water to children in the south of Haiti. And this was really important for us to find a way to give back, because without Haiti, without our culture, without our heritage, there would be no Ellis Cream. So that was very important for us to give back. And although we've reached very important and major milestones in the past couple of months, I think that the work truly starts now that we have all these eyes on us. And this is one of the reasons why we wanted to participate in this competition, is to find some marketing dollars in order to continue our growth. And since the alcohol industry is a very closed and white male dominated one, I hope that with the success of Ellis Cream, we'll be able to open doors for other people of our community that are trying to enter this amazing industry, but quite difficult industry to navigate in. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Miriam. Very insightful. Now we'll move over to the judges. We'll start with you, Marsha. Kindly provide some remarks. Marsha, yeah. Thank you, Marsha. You're muted. Yes, we can see you. You're muted, Marsha.
Okay, here you go, technology.
Absolutely. We can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here. First, I want to thank you for taking the time to put together such a professionally done presentation. I love the slides. They were clean, they were legible. I think you have a very great product. And for me, I think it's wonderful to see you be so passionate about your product. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to you now, Vivian.
I was impressed. I love how you packaged this up succinctly. You went over some really key points that even won me over as a consumer. I would love to see you on the LCBO shelves. And it's sad that it's easier to get into the onto US stores than it is into Canadian stores, but that's a whole other conversation. But no, you did a fantastic job. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your comments, Vivian. Now we move over to Adedoyin for your feedback.
Yeah, hi everyone. Well done, Miriam. I really, really love your presentation. It was clear, very concise. I never knew about the drink, but you actually won me over too. Like, I'm like, I want to try that. Your grandma's recipe.
Me too.
I'm gonna try that. Yeah, that was really clear. I love the fact that you are also looking at, helping people from your community, enter that liquor industry, which is very closed, as we all know, especially in Canada. I'm also excited about, your sales strategy. Tasting is always a great idea. If you taste it, you like it, you buy it, period. So I love your current strategies, and I love your plans for growth. Yes, so well done.
Thank you.
What was your Instagram again?
It's LS Cream Liqueur.
Crème with the K or the C?
The C.
Okay. Merci.
All right. Thank you so much, Adedoyin, for those comments, and Vivian too. We'll have the final remarks from Michelle now.
Hello. Hi. Great story, Miriam. Great pitch. And you answered all of my questions as a banker, because I'm thinking from a banker's perspective. So really well done. Great growth strategy as well. And I really enjoyed your presentation. So well done.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those comments. Now our next pitch comes from Emefa Kwade. Emefa, if you can bring up your screen, we're ready for you.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. Hi, everyone. My name is Emefa Kwade. I'm a civil engineer turned fashion designer and the founder of Israel Akabla. Using my engineering background, I went from designing buildings to designing clothing that is redefining minimalism. I'm here today to ask for $10,000 to really support our 2021 growth plans. So just to give a quick overview of the industry, right now there's about 150 billion garments produced each year. On the flip side of that, there's about 12.8 million tons discarded every year as well. And a big reason for that is that clothing nowadays is trend-driven, it's made poorly, and it just doesn't fit. People are really starting to become aware of the fact there's a huge overproduction and wastage problem within the industry, and they're starting to take action on that. So consumers are really starting to see the clothes that they buy as long-term investments. So things like fit, quality, and everything in between are becoming more and more important. With that being said, there's a real need to diversify what sustainability in fashion really is, because at the moment, it has a very monolithic point of view. Women are really looking for a high-end brand that mutually prioritizes sustainable practices as well as intricate design details. And that's where Israel Akabla really comes in. We operate on a made-to-order basis in order to reduce overproduction and eliminate waste. As everything is made in-house, we're able to maintain a 2-week production window. Additionally, because we do control our supply chain, we're able to customize the fit and tailor garments to our customers' measurements. Since launching at the end of 2019, we've received a lot of media attention, including segments on The Marilyn Dennis Show, Breakfast TV Toronto, as well as Cityline TV as well. I'm so excited to tell you today that at the end of last year, we were able to secure 2 major retail partnerships, one being with one of Canada's largest department stores, which will expand our reach all over Canada, the US, and the UK, with approximately access to approximately 4 million women within our target demographic on a monthly basis. So with regards to the industry in Canada, the women's apparel industry is currently worth about $30 billion. But right now, there's a real need for some major change. The made-to-order model is starting to gain some traction. However, companies lack the agility and that control over their supply chain in order to pivot towards this. With everything at Israel Akabla being made in-house, we're really positioned in a place to be a leader in the made-to-order space. For us, sustainability is our starting point, it's not our selling point. Beyond our unique aesthetic, we really want to curate a unique customer experience. So using our Dalmar dress, which just released as an example, I'm going to walk you through the customer's journey. So ordering through our site, you can either pick a standard size or you can choose to have your size custom made. And the main difference is we just collect your measurements online after you've ordered. And so after the confirmation email is sent, this is where we really saw an opportunity to personalize that post-purchase opportunity. And so we give real-time updates into your order. The first email you receive is letting you know when someone has started cutting the fabric for your garment. Following that, you'll receive another update when someone has started to sew your garment. After that, once your garment is done, it's shipped, it arrives at your door. We really thought this was an opportunity to really build trust with our customer, as well as give more transparency into our process. Right now, we're selling through our e-commerce website, but as of next month, we will be selling with 2 large retailers. And the beauty of these partnerships is that we're still able to maintain our made-to-order model, and we're also able to deliver our superior customer experience. With access to about 4 million women in our target demographic on a monthly recurring basis, we're projecting sales of close to 170,000 this year. Receiving this $10,000 today will really allow us to secure our own studio space in order to scale production and consolidate the team and our production process as well. Today may be the first time you're hearing of Israel Kabla, but with this $10,000, I can guarantee will be a household name in Canadian fashion. As we're preparing to launch with 2 large retailers next month, with access to customers in the US, Canada, and the UK, we're really poised for significant growth in 2021. And I welcome you to be part of our story. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Amefa.
Thank you.
We will now open remarks up for this session with Michelle.
Hello. Great presentation again. Well done. Thoughtful presentation. And also a great job at explaining your production process. I'm just wondering about your cost to manufacture, because I think you're making everything in Canada. So I'm just wondering about that.
So currently I have contract sewers. So I had myself producing and I have another contract sewer. So right now our profit margins range from about 45% to 60%, depending on the garment.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Michelle. We'll move over to Adedoyin.
I want to wear those.
I want you to wear them.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I think the big part for me was you entering, I don't know the stores you are partnering with at the moment, but I'm sure maybe it's going to be a big reveal at some point.
I can let you know one I can't reveal just yet.
That's fine. Yeah, but I'm excited that you took that leap, to present, the product you're offering, and they're happy to take it. Like, I'm so excited to have, Black women, in the fashion space. And I really, really love the structure of the clothes.
Thank you.
I want to wear them. I'm on your site right now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for those thoughts, Adedoyin. Can we have some thoughts from you, Vivian?
Again, it was a really clear presentation. The only thing that gave me a headache was those GIFs. So I loved the GIF. This is really, I know it's silly, but I loved it when I saw the woman changing her clothes. But then with your accolades, like all the places that the PR stuff, I was like, I couldn't, I had to look away because it was too, it was overload. So I would remove it, or I would just create a collage just to help keep it clean with your minimalist, just to help keep it clean. I know it sounds like a really silly aesthetic thing, but it made me look away because I didn't want to, but overall it was good. I love that, especially that process, that keeping the customer updated and, building that trust. Right. So one of the questions that I have is, what do you do to build the trust before they make the purchase?
So with regards to customers on our emailing list, we're updating them bi-weekly, just with our process, our commitment to being more sustainable within the fashion industry, letting them know what our garments are made of. We just try and build that kind of rapport so they get used to interacting with us on that level.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Vivian. Now we'll have Masha make the final comments for the speech.
Sure. Hi, great presentation. It's wonderful to meet you.
Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. So when I look at your designs and I look at my body, I didn't see any models that look like me. Someone that's shaped in a pear shape or wears mostly A-line. So I didn't see that. I know that you measure, it's made to fit, but in terms of for myself, when I look at purchasing items, when I look at the models and they're lean and straight, it doesn't appeal to me because that's not my body type. Even though the clothes are beautiful, it does not appeal to me.
That's definitely something we're working on, getting more representation. And that's something that the finances will also be put towards, developing that and hiring more models of varying sizes. Okay,
I'm just giving feedback. Also, I didn't hear you share your give back to the community. So I'm just wondering if you have that already built in, or if that's something that you're thinking about.
No, so right now I do have an internship program. So my give back to the community is more in the aspect of providing access and opportunity to people who don't always get it within our industry. So fleshing out an internship, more kind of structured internship program. But right now I do have some interns on board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Masha, for those comments. Thank you so much. And to MFA, thank you for the presentation. Our last speech for this category will be from Keturah Osinde. Keturah Osinde, can we have your slides up now?
Oh, okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay. I want to introduce you to Sam. Sam has been quarantining for the past 10 months, and her favorite local clothing store is locked down due to COVID-19. She wishes there is a way that she can safely browse the store from home and have her items quickly delivered, like her dinner from Uber Eats. What will she do? So there's three main problems here. More customers like Sam are reluctant to visit local businesses due to the concerns of the viral pandemic. And as a result, local businesses suffer due to lower foot traffic. Plus, there exists a gap between online and in-store shopping. Stores don't allow shoppers to browse in-store merchandise on demand. Fitted Fast is here to save the day. You can think of Fitted Fast as your Uber Eats for clothes. Local businesses can offer their products online, and citizens in Toronto can browse and purchase items from the comfort of their home with speedy delivery fulfilled by our team. It's like having the local mall at your fingertips. Just log on, shop from a unified storefront of local businesses, and allow Fitted Fast to take care of the rest. Fitted Fast is on a mission to help local businesses take back our power from Amazon by creating a unified marketplace where local businesses can connect to customers stuck at home. Customers can enjoy the convenience of browsing hundreds of locally owned apparel shops on one platform with on-demand delivery for orders made. They can ditch the mask, skip the line, and shop online from home. It's the perfect marketplace for all of Sam's needs. She won't even have to leave the house. Now you're probably wondering what competition is like, and I'm happy to share that Fitted Fast knocks it out of the park with both convenience and value. I will say, however, Etsy offers some of the same features, but we are different because our platform is niche. We are servicing local businesses where community and convenience is king. Postmates offers retail shopping, but they don't even operate in Canada. Yep, we're first to market, we have merchant incentives, and we're extremely user-friendly. And best of all, ladies, our timing is impeccable. The pandemic is forcing people to adopt new ways of shopping, and Fitted Fast is here to make that transition smoother. The entire market for Toronto e-commerce is roughly $2.1 billion yearly. However, we are narrowing it down to about 8% of that market by focusing on total e-commerce marketplace for locally found apparel shops. This is the $164 million market that Sam is part of. Our go-to market strategy has documented great results. Our merchant generates a Fitted Fast coupon on their main website, promoting free on-demand delivery if the customer chooses to order through their Fitted Fast platform. Customers then visit Fitted Fast to place an order at the store to receive the free delivery promo, plus the merchant gets the sale. We currently have over 50 merchants on board, and of these, 77% posted our click-through link on their homepages to redirect their customers to their Fitted Fast store. In fact, we have over 38 trial deliveries, 600 email signups, and have been featured on the Varsity newspaper, Startup Canada, and even breakfast television. Fitted Fast makes money two ways: a $10 delivery fee that's charged to Sam, and a 5% pickup fee that's charged to the business. With the average order price of $123 on Fitted Fast, we stand to make $16.15 for most orders made on the platform. We project that if we have 20,000 users on board, at least 60%, or 12,000, will place an order on Fitted Fast. This will enable us to gross at least $100K by the end of this year. Ladies, we all know that the pandemic has affected the ways in which we live. Over 88% of retail stores were forced into closure as the virus took over. Fitted Fast is for increased employment. 32% of Toronto is employed by the retail sector, and people of color make up over 40% of this group. Fitted Fast is on a mission to ensure these groups remain empowered through the pandemic and beyond. That's right, Fitted Fast encourages employment and fosters economic growth by taking back our power from giants like Amazon. Best of all, Sam can ensure she's in good hands. I have startup experience and a background in urban studies and city resiliency from U of T. Our marketing specialist, Inshal, has a master's of engineering innovation from Ryerson, also has previous startup experience. Our creative director, Jeannie, educated in media business and print publishing at Ryerson. And last but certainly not least, Arnie, our lead programmer, who has previous startup experience as a video game developer and as a graduate in computer sciences. So we are the perfect team, and we're absolutely dedicated to take Fitted Fast to the next level. With Fitted Fast, you can skip the line and shop online today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chichura, for your presentation. And so we'll have the feedback from our esteemed judges. We'll start with Michelle.
Okay, hello again. Another great presentation, great idea, especially in the current situation. One question, you answered the question in terms of how you make revenue, but do your fees cover all of your costs?
At this point.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you continue there. I'm sorry about that.
No, please, go ahead.
Yeah, no, at this point, they do with the current orders that we have right now. And I'm the driver, so a lot of these costs I kind of eat up myself. I'm driving around a lot the city often. So yeah, at this point, they do cover my costs. We're about $238 per month that it costs to run the entire operation at this point. So yeah, definitely.
And if you were to expand the business, have more deliveries, etc., how would you handle that? And are there delivery challenges with COVID?
With regard to the delivery challenges, we've kind of switched over to the safe kind of delivery, so just safe drop-offs. And we also want to hire on new drivers, which is what we're going to use the 10,000 towards, as well as marketing, advertising, all that good stuff. But we don't want to do kind of like a courier driver. We're more so like employed drivers. So they're here to stay, they're here on, and we pay them by the hour.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thanks very much. Great idea.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those comments, Michelle. Next, we have Adedoyin providing us some comments.
Hey, so I love the your ideal customer avatar. That was, really clear, really spot on right from the beginning. So I knew exactly where you were going. And I think that's a huge solution for, where we are at now in the world. The world is never going to go back to to where we used to be, even when COVID goes, because, all these things, all these solutions offer more convenience. So I love the convenience it offers. Yeah, overall, great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Adedoyin. We'll go now to for next comments to Vivian.
That was a great presentation. I did like the customer avatar because it gave me a clear idea of who your customer was. And, but I had two concerns, returns. So, how are these customers, Amazon makes it easy to return. You print out a slip, you drop it into Canada Post. So how does Fitted Fast plan to address that?
So we kind of use the same model as Nordstrom does, or like H&M or any of those like larger department stores, where you know, you can return it to the vicinity of, you know, you can return it straight to the store. So the whole idea of Fitted Fast is you can get your clothes when you want them, but when you have them, since the store is in vicinity, most of our stores, in fact, all of our stores are within 20 kilometers of the customer. So the customer at any point is able to go to the, you know, area and return their order at this time. So that's how we handle our returns.
Okay. And then scalability, because I'm pretty concerned that, you know, right now it's you driving around picking up and dropping off the customers. So like, this isn't going to be sustainable. So what do you plan to do for your next stage of growth? Because obviously you can't keep running around dropping off people's clothes.
That's right. So I definitely want to hire on drivers, and that's probably the largest portion of where these funds are going to come from. The $10,000 if I win today is hiring on 2 more drivers. That way we can pay them 5 days a week. They deliver. We don't deliver over weekends. So it would be, I think it's, I have my.
You don't deliver over weekends. That's interesting.
Yeah, at this time for myself. Yeah,
okay.
I just have time for myself. It's 5 days a week I'm on, and then weekends kind of at school right now. But you know, once we grow, once we scale, we definitely want to start adding on those weekends with the 2 drivers.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivian, for those comments. Now we go on to Masha for the last remarks in this segment.
Sure. Hi, it's great to meet you. Thank you for your thorough presentation. So I have a question regarding liability and drivers. So you're driving and your business will be driven by individuals that will be driving your product. How do you account for the liability? So let's say, for example, if you have an automobile accident, if they have an automobile accident, what if their injuries, like how do you have insurance, liability insurance already to cover that? And will that cover your drivers? And do you have allowances already included in your business plan to compensate for those losses or those liability issues that could occur?
Yeah, so we definitely do have insurance like on board right now that covers basically just the delivery. So between me transporting it and delivering it to the customer, that's what our insurance covers right now. But definitely as we add on more drivers, as we, you know, expand our team, that insurance will also apply to them as employees, because they're not couriers, kind of like the Uber Eats does, you know, anybody can sign on and become a driver. With Fitted Fast, we have employees similar to like a Canada Post or FedEx or UPS. So that insurance will also extend to our employees.
Well, the thing with Canada Post and FedEx is that the employees are covered under the corporation's insurance. And so for argument's sake, if there was one claim could technically wipe you out. So that's why I'm asking, like, what is your contingency around accidents that may occur? Because I mean, the safest of person driving on the street, minding their own business, could have an accident, not by their own fault, by someone. And so right now you're the only driver, and I don't want to assume, but I don't know if your insurance company knows that you're using your vehicle for work, because those are things that you'll need to disclose. For me, I'm just looking at the dangers of that around driving. Moving away from that, though, I think what I also wanted to comment on was the experience of your team. Clearly, you have a strong team with you who have done a lot of this work or in terms of setting up a startup. And so I commend you on having a great team with you to ensure the success of your business.
Thank you, Masha. Thank you for those comments and for your remarks. Now, this brings us to the end of this category. That's the consumer goods and services category. We thank you. We say thank you to all our esteemed judges Thank you to all our wonderful entrepreneurs for their presentations. We want to now ask for the judges to move over to the deliberation room to connect on your own separate links and begin your deliberations on the various presentations that you have heard this afternoon. And we're going to give you time for that. Esteemed participants, this afternoon, we do have a few minutes before we start the next session, the next set of presentations. And so this is the time for you to grab a, go on a quick break, grab some tea, coffee, stretch your legs, just relax a little, and then we'll be right back at 1 p.m. prompt. I will expect you back in the room. Thank you very much. We'll see you then.
Hello, this is Jimmy, interpreter. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Yes, so I am connected right now, and I guess at some point you would have to give us the buttons for the interpretation.
Okay, I'm sure I will reach out to Nancy.
Yes, yes, Jimmy, we'll be promoting you in a moment.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. At this session, we have the Youth Entrepreneur Pitches. And this is for women between the ages of 18 to 24 who are building their businesses in any industry at any stage. Entrepreneurs in this category are Edo Odozo, Janelle Polidoro, and Shei Ajayi. After each of the pitches, there will be time for esteemed judges to share their feedback. Our judges in this category are Roderick Britton, founder of Urban Res Solutions, Seattle Diallo from Detroit, of Tab Cleaning Incorporation, Candice Kochke-Paul, founder and executive director, Developing Young Leaders of Tomorrow today. We also have in this session, Yannick Lofang, the CEO of Cassie Insights, Ida Slivato, the founder of WorkTO. We expect all our judges to be on in the room right now and perhaps turn on, be ready. For French participation, please select the interpretation button at the bottom right of your screen and choose the French translation option. For this category, all 3 pitches will be delivered in English. And so we're ready to go. Can we have can we have Edo Odozo on screen, on stage now? If you can bring up your video, Edo Odozo. The stage is yours, Edo. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just need to provide access to share my screen.
I'm sure Nancy can hear you.
One moment, I just have to.
Edo, if you can let us know exactly, yeah.
My apologies. I just had to provide permission to share my screen.
All right. Are you on top of that, ma'am?
Yes, I have it now. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yes, I can see your screen.
Perfect.
You're good to go. Thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Edo Adaza, and I'm the founder of Nige Hair, an e-commerce brand that provides Black women with premium quality hair extensions and connections to a curated stylist near them. So basically, you can find the perfect style and the perfect stylist all on one platform. 2 years ago, I realized I had a problem. I spent too much money too often on hair extensions, and I never found a stylist near me. I had to go through Instagram, Kijiji, Facebook, and through word of mouth just to find a stylist. So in my second year of nursing school, and with about $50, I started Nige Hair. There were 3 problems I had identified. I realized that there was a lack of high quality, ethically sourced, and reliable hair extension vendors in Canada. Industry leaders were operating from China, and their brand values and transparency were very unclear. I also noticed that a lot of the hair extension brands I was researching and buying from lacked a personalized and enjoyable customer experience. And I learned that at the time, having a great user experience, or UX, is important for customer retention and to build a successful e-commerce business. Thirdly, I surveyed over 300 Black women, and 91% of them identifying having difficulty in finding a reliable stylist for Afro-textured hair. Why is this very important to note? Well, there is still a considerable gap in the market, and Black women spend at least 3 times more on hair products than their white counterparts. So through Nige Hair, we fulfilled this gap. The solution is with Nige Hair, we provide premium quality, ethically sourced products to our customers. We also connect our customers to curated stylists near them. About 100% of our stylists are identified as Black women, and they're also independent and self-taught stylists. We also created a personalized and enjoyable customer experience as we stress customer retention and enjoyable customer experiences. Here's how you find a stylist on our website. You click Find a Stylist, input your location where you want to get your hair done, select the services that you're interested in. Then you can select a stylist near you. You have many different options to choose from. You can select the service that you're looking to get, input your email, and the stylist information will be sent directly to your inbox where you can then book with them. You can check out their social channels and you can see their other work. This is our e-commerce portion of the website. You can see that we have different models as well as different influencers and customers wearing our product. We also have different transformations of the before and after of wearing our product. And we also have influencer reviews, and we have a detailed About Us page. Our buyer persona is very clear. Our buyer persona is 24 to 35 years old. They identify as Black women and they love luxury and beauty shopping. They live in the United States and they're looking for high quality extensions, a community, and a link to a stylist if needed. A lot of them also identifying looking to buy from Black owned brands. Our business model is very clear. We operate through our direct to consumer website, and we also have a $68 customer acquisition cost. Our average order value is about $400, and 80% of our revenue comes from organic search. We incentivize customers to refer to their friends and family. So we have a rewards program that incentivizes customers to do so. And we also stress customer retention. We operate on many different channels. Our main channels are organic search, SMS, and through Google Shopping. SMS is currently giving us 126x return on investment. So with our accomplishments, this is how we measure success. Quarter to date, we have a 26 times higher revenue in 2021 versus 2020. And we also have raised 160 non-dilutive seed round in 2020. Last year, we had about 100K in revenue. And I also hired and trained a team remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic and during nursing school. We also measure success through the people by how many people we help. So in December 2019, 3% of our sales went to a menstrual product drive for Black women. We also provided educational materials, games, and toys for Black households, and also gave self-care boxes to single Black mothers in the GTA. In October, about 10% of sales went to end SARS relief in Nigeria. Our competitive landscape is pretty saturated. There are larger companies based in the United States that have been here longer, but as a startup, we remain agile and we can operate very lean. And with the many trends that are coming up in the hair extensions industry, we can pivot if needed. Our goal in 2021 is to have 500K in annual revenue, and in 2022 to have $1 million in annual revenue. This is how we're going to get to our 5-year roadmap. This year, we're developing a stylist affiliate program. Next year, we plan on expanding to Africa and the United States, then opening distribution centers in the United Kingdom as well as the US, then owning a manufacturing location that also gives back to the community around it, and then eventually exit and selling. With $10,000, we can hire an in-house Black identifying stylist and also further refine our stylist affiliate program. This is our team. We're a group of underrepresented and diverse youth working to disrupt the hair extensions industry. Maybe I'm biased, but I believe we already have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Edo. Now we're going to take feedback and remarks from our esteemed judges. Let's start with you, Idas. Idas, can you hear me? Yeah, right.
Hello there. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Could you tell us a little bit more about how you initiated meeting your team? I'd like to know more about how you met each other and how you relate to one another in terms of sharing the roles and responsibilities in a new startup, because I know you have to wear many hats. And so can you tell us a bit about the team chemistry and how you like to collaborate with each other and how you all found one another as far as being part of this team together?
Yes. So first, Ayana, she's our content creator. She actually goes to Ryerson. So through Ryerson, I'm actually in an incubator called the Fashion Zone. And they were doing a program that allows you to kind of meet different students who are willing to or looking to work in startups. So I hired Ayana through that. And I had also known her previously. We had missed each other, but we worked side by side at the mall and only met each other once. And then we ended up working together. She's been on the team for about a year now. So through Ryerson. Kudzia, she's a newer hire. She also goes to Ryerson. She's in her 4th year of digital media. She is our copywriter and our PR coordinator. I met her through that same program as well. And Rowan, he goes to Waterloo. He's in a data analytics program. And I met him through just hiring on Indeed. And in terms of collaboration, we have weekly sprints. We also have 10 minutes meditations before we go into meetings, just to kind of level the playing field and to kind of relax. I also really stress mental health support, and I also really invest in everyone's careers. I try to align their career goals with the company goals, and to just so there's mutual success in that aspect.
Fantastic. Well, your pitch is really well structured. Could you tell me a tiny bit about your seed raise last year? Congratulations on that, by the way. That's really incredible.
Thank you. It came from many different funding sources. So one of them primarily through grants and through pitch competitions. I won a $25K pitch competition, the Slate New Venture competition. I also raised through private investors, as well as just other grants and awards here and there through my incubator and through something called the Founders Fund, which is an online accelerator for women identifying entrepreneurs.
Great. That's a fantastic answer. Thank you so much. Would you like to move on to someone else with questions?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ida.
Sure thing. Absolutely.
Can we have comments from you, Roderick? You're muted.
A great presentation, just wanted to get some information in regards to just the hair industry being so competitive. You did mention that there is a lot of non-Black people within the Black hair care industry. What makes your products different from your competitors?
Yes, it's a great question. So in terms of sourcing, a lot of hair companies just source, if they can find the product, if they can sell it, that's how they do it. We have a tiered sourcing method that I developed through with Nige Hair. So we go through a pretty rigorous selection when working with vendors in terms of we try to figure out where they're sourcing, how much they're paying the people that are giving the hair, and what they're doing around the community. So we source primarily from Cambodia, but are manufactured in China. And there's certain vendors that are very clear in their sourcing and that are very repeatable in the industry. So one, ethical sourcing. Two, the amount of work in terms of community work that we do is very different in the hair extensions industry. I haven't seen anything similar to it. So people like to contribute to companies that are socially responsible. And I believe through our social work, our community initiatives, and through the way that we source our product, that really differentiates us in the market.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, in addition, sorry, one more thing. In addition to the fact that we connect our customers to a stylist near them, and we partner with stylists, that's a huge differentiator.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your responses, Edo, and for those kind comments, Roderick. Can we take comments from Candice now?
Thank you, Edo. I really appreciated your presentation. I thought your energy was really strong and very, very detailed PowerPoint. So thank you for that, and congratulations to getting this to this point as well. So I really liked how you talked about accessibility for customers to be able to go in and find stylists, wherever they are. So you paid attention to location and kind of ease of access. I really appreciated that. you had a clear target market, and I really also again appreciated that you had an incentive program because again, you know, when you talk about customer experience in the hair care industry, purchasing hair is quite expensive, and so it is an investment and it is a commitment, financial commitment. So I'm happy to see that you've built in that incentive program. My only question is, because the hair care industry is so saturated, do you have a plan to diversify your product offering to keep your organization competitive?
Yes. So that looks like in terms of AI and AR, we want to have a feature that allows people to try on the wigs previously before buying. A lot of other companies have done this in the e-commerce space. It's nothing new, but I haven't seen anything in the hair extensions industry that's that has done that. So that's in plan for remaining competitive. In terms of, and it's really important because it's such a high priced product and you'd like to see how it's going to look on you before you invest that much money. So that is something that we do. In terms of product line diversification, definitely add-ons. We're working on trying to build out a custom, like a travel kit. So bring your hair extensions wherever you are. There have been some companies that have certain versions of this, but none of them have been compact, beautiful kind of luxury. So that's where we're going to expand in terms of travel once things open back again. But right now we're in the product development phase of that part.
Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for those comments, Candice. Next we have Yannick. Yannick, you're muted. Yeah.
Oh yes, hi everyone. Hi Edo, very nice presentation, very strong pitch. Thank you for that, and congratulations again on making it to this point. So I have a question, two questions for you. First question is around your, you mentioned your cost of acquisition, which is about $68. And so you mentioned also, I don't know if you mentioned, what is your sort of like lifetime value of your customers? So how often do they come back? That's that's the first one. The second one is, you mentioned growing the revenue to 500,000 next year and then getting to $1 million. How does that translate into your cost of acquisition, right? And also the margins. What are you, and are you looking in long term instead of sourcing maybe to manufacture yourself? These are my two questions.
Yes. So firstly, with the customer acquisition cost and the lifetime value, our customers are purchasing every 6 months. And the only reason why they purchase every 6 months is to change texture or style. Since our product is such a long-term product, it's something that you could keep for 2-3 years. The only reason why they would change is either to maybe get a different style, texture, but it's every 6 months. So I actually just recently interviewed a customer who's been with me from the beginning, and she has about a $2,000 lifetime value, and she's been a customer for about 1.5 years. So that's one that I can calculate to the T. It's really difficult, of course, with lifetime value, it differs, but that's what I have so far. In terms of customer acquisition costs, it's definitely going to vary. I know that with Facebook ads, once you reach about 1,000 purchases, you're able to do something called a lookalike audience, which is something that they say prints money. So I know that will definitely lower our customer acquisition costs. And through Google Shopping, the more that you're on Google Shopping, the more that it can optimize, and the more that it'll collect data and it'll know who's going to buy your product. So that will also lower the customer acquisition costs. In addition to having the customer referral program, that's another way that we can honestly have, in a way, a $0 acquisition cost, because you're having people who've already bought just tell someone. Actually, it'd be about a $10 depending on how much you incentivize the customer, but it's a very low customer acquisition cost. And then your third question, which is in terms of scaling, in year 4, in 2024, we hope to have a manufacturing location in Cambodia. I hope to also have it as like a social profit sharing kind of model with the community around it. So that is definitely like a goal and a part of our strategy. Did I answer all your questions?
Thank you. Yes, you did. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Yannick, for those comments. Next, we're going to take comments from Asiotu. Welcome on stage, Asiotu. It's good to have you here. Can we have your comments?
Thank you very much, Olu. It's good to be here. Pleasure being. Congratulations, Edo. A great presentation and congratulations on making it so far. The only question I think I have, and I think Candice has asked for it, how are you planning to diversify your market? And I think you have answered to that question. That's the only question that I had. And congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for all of the comments from our judges. Thank you so much. Now the next pitch is from Janelle Polidor. So if we can have Janelle come on screen, that would be very great. Janelle? Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, is this Janelle? All right.
Are you able to see my screen?
I am able to see your screen. If you could turn on your video and then change your name. I think it still has somebody else's name. I have your screen. Janelle,
hello everyone. I'm unable to hear, unfortunately, but I will proceed with the presentation. So hi everyone, I'm Janelle Polidor. I'm a passionate anti-racist research and practice graduate student with a focus on holistic health promotion and disease prevention. Through my education and work experience, I have come to know the lack of understanding of racism's impact on health. And I'm determined to uplift the Black community through my services, as I know who I am. I am a stolen person of African descent on the stolen lands of Indigenous peoples. And I represent that in all that I do, including through my business. I present to you Swen Equity Institute. Our mission is to improve the health and social service experience of Black Indigenous people of color through the correction of discriminatory practices. Our vision is for Black Indigenous people of color to experience an equitable and all-inclusive standard of care in the Canadian health and social service sector. Why is this needed? What problem needs to be solved? This is needed as we must rectify the injustices the racialized people face in the Canadian healthcare system. One example is the tripled maternal mortality rate of Black women, which is stemmed from racist misconceptions the healthcare professionals hold, which leads to inadequate pain assessment and pain treatment, and results in the undue death during childbirth for Black women at a disproportionate rate. We have 3 pillars of services: training, consultancy, and workshops. We train workforces to be actively anti-racist. We consult organizations on how to progress equitably, and we provide workshops that educate on the truths of racism in Canada. Our target market are the hubs of health in communities that have the capacity to increase status. These are services as employment, primary healthcare, community health, and housing agencies within the Greater Toronto Area. By now you're wondering what SWEN means. Swen is our uniqueness. Swen means to care in Haitian Creolese. Haiti has a magnificent and strong history of resistance. To care, to Swen, in the Canadian context, means to resistantly and culturally care, which translates Swen equity to resistantly and culturally care to create equitable change. Throughout our first year, we have been invited to do 3 speaking engagements on equity, diversity, and inclusion in global health, on the promotion of Black women's health, and for Black community advocacy. We've hosted 2 anti-racism training sessions, and we have developed anti-racism workshops for agencies in the social services. This year, our aim is to increase recognition in the diversity, equity, and inclusion industry by developing an online presence and hosting monthly workshops. We have financial need for startup costs, including legal fees and incorporation, branding for logos and branded graphics, and website design and development. Also marketing for social media consultation and advertisements, and to develop a service toolbox for presentations and workbooks. I have a dream of Black people to reach their full potential, and that is not possible without health. And I'm determined to use my expertise to strengthen the movement to reach health equity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Edo. Can you hear me now, Edo? Edo, can you hear me?
Janelle?
Sorry, Janelle, can you hear me? Janelle?
Maybe you should try the chat so she can hear you.
Okay, that's also the option. Let's see.
Hi, hello?
Yeah, Janelle?
Hi, I'm able to hear. Sorry about that.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I'm able to.
Okay, you're able. All right. You can turn on your video. Are you able to do that still so you can engage face to face, you know, with the judges? Are you able to do that? We can give you a few minutes.
Yes, I'm able to. Is my video on?
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, we can see her.
Oh, can you now? Okay.
Yeah, we saw her throughout the whole presentation.
Oh, wow. Okay. A few judges got back to me. They couldn't. It was frozen. So they just couldn't see that. So can all the judges see Janelle now? CO2, can you now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we're going to take feedback and comments from all of the judges at this time. And we're going to start with Yannick.
Thank you, Dr. Olu, and congratulations, Janelle, on your business and for getting all the way up to the finals. Very very interesting business. I think you're tapping into an issue that is very timely, which is racism and all the consequences. What I want to know is just trying to understand your business model and how you make money, basically, and who are your targets. So, you know, what's your business model in terms of how you make money, and then who are your main targets? Are you looking at, you know, agency, hospitals? You know, who are your main target? So that's my question.
Thank you for your question. Our target market are health and social service organizations. So organizations that specifically are able to increase one's status in health and social. So that is through employment, through housing, and through community health. Primary healthcare centers do have discrimination practices, but they do not have consultancy that is directed towards them.
Yeah, okay. Before you take that, Yannick, Janelle, can you mute whatever devices you have around you? Yeah. if you're able to do that. Yes, over to you, Yannick.
Yes, so thanks. So you will basically be offering consulting services to this entity. Is that my understanding? Training and consulting services. I don't think. Can she hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Janelle, can you?
No, I left from the other device and now I'm unable to hear.
Oh.
Okay, so here's what you do.
Okay.
Janelle, here's what you could do. You can mute your Zoom and leave your other device so you could hear, so that we'll be able to hear you and see you.
Okay.
All right, it's better now.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, great. Okay, so no, I was asking. So my understanding is you would offer consultancy services to this entity in the form of sort of training packages and everything. And how did you price that? Like how much is the typical service fee?
Okay. So there's 3 ways that we engage with organizations: through training, consultancy, and through workshops. When we train, it is when organizations specifically want to engage with their workforce. So if an organization is, let's say, a community health center and they have health promoters, they'd be training those group of health promoters. And then for consultancy, it would be for when an organization is looking to improve their discriminatory practices within the organization. And workshops are going to be training sessions that are open to health professionals and social service practitioners from various backgrounds. So when it's training, it's specifically for that organization training their professionals, and workshops are available to others within the community that are not from the same health and social service background. So training would be priced different than workshops, because training would be priced directly to the organization. So we do pricing from the size of the organization for consultancy and for the training. So depending if it's from 0 to 50 employees, then they would be under $5,000. And then above that, from 50 to above, it would be $5,000 to $10,000. And our workshops are going to be priced starting at $100. And if you are a member of a registered health or social service background, like for example, if you're a nurse or if you're a dietitian and you are within a chartered background, you would be able to receive pricing depending on the agency that you are a part of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for those comments. Roderick wants to go next. Yes.
Yeah, it actually dovetails off of Yannick's question. So how do you go about prospecting? Because obviously in this post-George Floyd world now, this is relatively new for a lot of organizations to be including anti-Black racism within their whole realm. So how do you prospect, and what do you do if somebody doesn't see, or an organization doesn't see, the value of what you bring?
It is very timely. So a lot of organizations, even if they don't see the value, they actually have a lot of pressure to do it regardless. So right now, what I'm experiencing is a lot of organizations are looking to get this work done, just because if they don't have it, they're going to be flagged for that. And a lot of people within these organizations actually are already experiencing racism. So it's not just about providing the organization with the ability to provide better services. It's also about improving the ways that racialized people are treated within the organization. As I have experience working within the sector, so I've experienced racism myself, working in these organizations. So people that work in the health and social service sector right now are speaking out against the injustices that they face within their organization. And that is another thing that puts pressure on these organizations to get this work done.
Okay.
Thank you, Roderick. Over to you, Iris.
Hi there. Congratulations on a great pitch, and amazing work that you're doing in advocacy. I would love to know more about who you're collaborating with in terms of communities, and are you looking for partnerships with government support? And are you considered a nonprofit in terms of the way that you're organizing your company in terms of moving forward, and so that people can understand how to articulate your approach to business?
Thank you for your question. May I have you, because it seems like there was 3 different parts. Can I have you just repeat the first part, please?
Well, in terms of, so your team, how many people are working with you right now in terms of delivering services?
As it's our first year, I'm the primary consultant. So I provide the training sessions, and I also do the consultancy, and I host the workshops. And there are plans to bring on another consultant as we increase the amount of workshops that we host. And starting this year, we will be hosting more workshops.
Okay, fantastic. Well, congratulations on being able to, start creating revenue just with, as a solopreneur. So that's really tough, and it's been a tough year. So that's really good progress. And would you consider applying for some government grants in terms of moving forward with what you're doing?
I would consider applying for government grants. I think one of your parts was if it was a non-for-profit. As it is an institute and it's providing consultancy services, it is a for-profit organization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Idas. Next we have Candice.
Thank you, Dr. Olu. Janelle, I do have a background in social services, so your presentation really caught my attention. And I'm also an advocate for health equity. And I recognize that, as Roderick mentioned, in the post-George Floyd and Breonna Taylor environment that we live in, a lot of organizations are being, how would you say this nicely, called out if they don't have a strategy to address anti-Black racism. So especially in healthcare. So I applaud you first and foremost for taking on this venture. I have more of a general comment, not necessarily relating to your presentation. Something that I noticed as you were presenting and you had some technical difficulties, you seemed to get a little bit flustered, but you caught yourself, of course. What I would suggest to you is you were really, really strong in your presentation when you were not necessarily depending on your presentation itself. When you were talking free flowing, you seemed to really be energized and really have a handle on why you're doing this work. And I think that's really, really important to lead with, because that story is compelling by itself, right? So of course you use your presentation as a backup, but you tell the story of why it is so compelling and why people need to buy into this. So that's really the general comment that I would offer to you. And then the other piece is similarly tied in, what is your marketing strategy for getting your message out there, right? For organizations that are not particularly in the healthcare sector, but still need this training, this consultancy, how do you connect with those organizations?
Yeah, so as of now, I do not have an online presence. So all of the services I've provided has been solely through my community connections. And I do plan on being able to branch out to other organizations that impact health and social status. They're not specifically in the health and social service sector. And I would be able to do that by being able to market myself online. So that is the next step for being able to get to a wider range of organizations. So I'm planning to develop a website that is connected to a blog where I would blog about lots of the racial health inequities that are not talked about within Canada. And then from there, I would market that on LinkedIn and on Instagram to those blogs to bring attention to the website so that organizations that are on Instagram and LinkedIn and are engaging in anti-Black racism because of the focus on it on these platforms would be able to see the issues and be able to come back to the website.
Okay, very good. And then my last question is around a support system, right? So you're doing exceptional work, but this is work that is very emotionally intensive. So you said you're a solopreneur at this point, what is your plan for getting a team of support around you, especially as your business begins to grow? How are you going to, what's your plan for employment and creating a, you know, a network of support for yourself and your business?
Thank you for your question. That's very important, to have a supportive community, especially when doing this work. And I've taken that into consideration. So there's 2 ways that I'm planning on doing so. I'm going to be having board members and an advisory council. As of now, I have mentors in the health and social service sector and equity diversity sector that are going to be able to advise my practices and also be able to provide that support.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Candice, for those comments and for the feedback and your responses too, Jamil. So this brings us to the end of your presentation for this afternoon. And so next, we're going to have the last pitch for the youth entrepreneur section, the category. And this will be presented by Sheyi Ajayi. Sheyi Ajayi, can you come on? Yeah, thank you. So over to you, Sheyi.
Hello, everyone. Just give me one moment while I share my screen with you. Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen.
We can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Move, look, feel. Here at Functional Curves, we care deeply about the people and the planet. I believe it is our business to do good, and that is why we seek to see sustainability in self and the world. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheyi Ajayi. You can also call me Sheyi for easier pronunciation. I am the founder of Functional Curves, an online wellness hub that manufactures and retails effective fitness and rehabilitation resources for exercise training and recovery. The launch of our business was highly influenced by the demand for virtual wellness services, including online exercise training programs, at-home exercise equipment, and online rehabilitation services. It is our core mandate to ensure that in addition to selling products to our customers, we also invest in people and make a meaningful impact in the environment. In our world today, the issue of inadequate physical activity is alarmingly present. A survey conducted by Participation showed that 83% of Canadians said inactivity is a more serious health issue than tobacco and alcohol use. Yet only 18% of Canadians are actually active enough to reap the health benefits. 74% surprisingly said that they enjoy being active, and 61% said that they would not need to make a dramatic change in their life in order to become more active. When asked about who can solve the problem, 88% of Canadians believe that the individuals are the solution, and 25% believe that it was the fitness industry. In 2019, the fitness equipment market was valued at $11.5 billion and is estimated to scale to $15.2 billion by 2027. These projections were made without taking into account the impact of a worldwide pandemic. Furthermore, 74% of Canadians consider sustainability as an important factor when making purchases. With everything being said, this leaves a unique opportunity that Functional Curves meet. Founded on the key pillars of people, sustainability, and growth, our mission is to help incorporate wellness as an important part of their lifestyle so they can move, feel, and look better. We aim to have a significant impact on environmentally friendly initiatives, and currently, all our mailers are actually biodegradable. That means that they will break down within 3 to 6 months. We also have a CO2 offsetting program where for every dollar spent at Functional Curves, we offset 1 pound of CO2 in the environment. Pretty cool, I know. We have developed a suite of products that provides access to functional movement wherever you go. On the screen, you can see that we have the hybrid weenie resistance bands, which is a hybrid between latex and fabric material. We have our long loop workout bands, and we have our 6-week strength training program called Strong Knees, Peachy Glutes. Our physical products are designed to offer resistance training, which we know as weight training today. Essentially, the resistance bands offers resistance to our muscles in the same way that weights do. And this offers our consumers an inexpensive, portable, and convenient way to stay active consistently. At Functional Curves, we see exercise training and rehabilitation as 2 ends of a continuum rather than being 2 distinct forms of wellness. The products are also used for rehabilitation in order to aid from recovery and offer assistance in that regard. At Functional Curves, we marry our physical products with accessible digital coaching online in order to foster a community that comes together to rally for both the people and the planet. To date, we have over $3,500 in total sales since our first product launch in November 2020. The current demographic being served are women that fall within the ages of 18 to 50 that live within Canada and the United States. According to Shopify statistics, Functional Curves is in the top 20% of stores that launched that same week. And our store has one of the best conversion rates in sporting goods with a plus 6.21 difference and shows an existing product and market fit. To date, 62% of our sales was obtained via traffic through 2 Instagram funnels with a combined follower base of 1,700 followers. We are currently pursuing paid channels to see what the return on investment will be, and at this time, much of our sales and conversion has been from organic traffic. Our business model is currently focused on direct-to-consumer, where our physical products are sourced and sold at a higher rate. To date, I've invested $200, which has covered business registration and product sampling. Functional Curve's first source of capital was generated by offering a service, which is our fitness program, which provided capital to source and fund our current fitness accessory line. I have also invested a lot of my time, education, and experience, and with my skills and knowledge in kinesiology, I am uniquely positioned to understand what the human body needs to move, feel, and look its best. I am looking to secure $10,000 to advance my education in marketing and partnerships and grow the business in 2 ways. The first is direct-to-consumer through paid acquisition. For the past 4 months, we have obtained most of our traffic via channels like Instagram, where we will reach a plateau with our current follower base. And we are currently looking to infuse dollars into paid advertising channels like Facebook advertising, Google advertising, search engine optimization, and marketing. The second way we pursue to grow our business is by pursuing B2B channels. We aim to pursue organizations that will be able to integrate our physical products with our online coaching programs to increase wellness within their business for their employees. And speaking about employees, in order to be able to hire a diverse team in the near future, I am looking to secure funding that will grow the business and place us in a position that will secure even greater employment for women of color within reputable positions within the industry. At the end of the day, we want to grow our business so we can scale our impact individually and globally. Functional Curves is in the business to do good, and we are uniquely positioned to be a strong and sustainable company that focuses on the people and the planet. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Shay Ajayi. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we would have feedback from my esteemed judges. I will be starting this time with Ida. Would like to have your comments. Thank you.
Hi there. First of all, fantastic pitch. And congratulations on the fact that you're looking to have such an incredible impact on the healthfulness of people and to be so representative, and a fresh voice in doing that. And, in a culture where we've seen like the explosion during COVID of everybody going onto Amazon as quickly humanly possible to get stretch bands and all kinds of at-home small space equipment. I'm really proud to see that you're making an effort there. And what I find really interesting about what you do is that you're actually having a digital coach program associated with it. So that's really different. So can you tell me a bit more about why you're so passionate about coaching people in fitness, and in terms of how much time you're spending on this aspect of your business versus the retail aspect of it, how you plan to balance that out as you grow?
Okay, so thank you for that question. 2 really great questions. The first question would be, why am I passionate about coaching? One reason is because I actually started my coaching career training athletes, and athletes pretty much train in a different regard to a more regular everyday population. They treat exercise training and recovery as like more of a continuum, whereas on the more regular population, we treat it as 2 distinct forms of wellness, essentially. And what I wanted to bring essentially was the part that I learned from my athletic background to the regular population and teach people basically that like looking and feeling and moving good is not only left to exercise training. For example, like having an injury doesn't mean that you can't exercise. Having a chronic illness doesn't mean you can't exercise. It's more so putting those 2 together and letting people understand that you can move, feel, and look your best even as you exercise, because exercise training and rehabilitation are really just 2 things of a continuum. And I believe the second question that you asked, what was the second question that you asked actually?
In terms of balancing your growth moving forward, how you're going to balance the retail portion of your business versus the video digital coaching.
So the digital coaching program is actually, it's not really more so of like an everyday online coaching program. It's all pre-recorded and all set on an app, which I use on True Coach. So the program is actually put on the app and it's already accessible for people to utilize for themselves in addition to the program. So it doesn't really require much of my attention, to be quite honest. So more of my time and I would say attention actually goes towards the retail portion and aspect of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida, for those comments. Now we go on to Candice.
Thank you so much. That you know, that was a very good presentation, and I appreciate the energy that you bring to this. As you were doing the presentation, I was thinking in terms of my own self and my approach to exercise, right? And I was thinking, okay, if I was in the market to access your services, how would I go about getting in contact? Like, you know, is it front end easily accessible for your audience to get a hold of your product? Can you walk me through that process?
Essentially, yes, I can. So I'm gonna just imagine, for example, that you were somebody who came across our product through Instagram, because that's our major funnel right now. So let's say you saw one of our products on Instagram and you went through the website to go purchase the product. You essentially gain access to our digital online coaching program, because I have automated triggers that pretty much does that. The only work required on my end is really to add you, for example, as a client to the app in order to access it. So in terms of everything that you would need, so like a welcome to the program, how do you access the app, everything like that, it's more so already arranged on the platform for you to utilize. And yeah, that's essentially it. And if you wanted to even contact me, I do have a contact option where some clients do like to contact just to pretty much find out what the program is about, to see if it's a good fit. And I find this especially for women, especially women within the ages of 18 to 35, especially those who have been pregnant, do have some concerns in terms of like injuries and pain points that they do find in their everyday life, and just understanding how the product essentially fits their life. And I kind of go through that with them as well.
Okay, very good. And then my other question is still within the scope of reach, right?
Mm-hmm.
So understandably, a lot of products are being marketed online, but there is a target market that is not online. So do you have a plan to reach that market?
Yes, I do. That's actually an excellent question, because that's one of the two ways that I actually plan to scale and grow the business. So like I said in my presentation, one of the ways I'm trying to scale is through business to business. And that includes reaching out to organizations and corporations to include the digital coaching programs and the physical products to increase wellness within their employee base. So for example, one of my experiences was that I was a fitness coach at a company 2 years ago called Bond Brown Loyalty, and I was their fitness coach on site. And what it essentially did was I created coaching programs for their employees in order to utilize that to increase wellness within their business. And I also aim to utilize that in that regard for corporations, and also through like local rehabilitation clinics, for example. So one thing that I do currently is that I partner up with local clinics and local rehabilitation clinics for them to utilize my physical products. As like I said before, these products are used for both exercise training and recovery. So a rehab clinic is essentially that they essentially are trying to recover people from an injury so that they can get to a point of exercise training so they can move better in their everyday life. And that's why I'm looking to also reach out to other local businesses and corporations to grow the business in that way.
Excellent explanation there. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you so much, Candice, for those comments. Next, we'll have Yannick.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, saying on your wonderful pitch. Also tackling this very big problem of wellness in the context of COVID. You know, definitely, I can see the passion. You bring definitely the expertise in the field. I have, again, a question around, so trying to understand your offering. So my understanding is that there's a digital part of it, and then which is the coaching part, and then there's the physical part of it. So if, you know, on your business, if you look at the 3,000 in sales that you made, like what's the allocation here? Do you see more the digital being or the coaching being, what's going to be the bigger part of the business? If that's the case, how do you plan to scale that? Obviously, because it will require, coaches, the physical part of it with the products, how are you sourcing those products? What sort of margins are you looking at? Like, how do you make money on those? So these are my questions, really.
For sure. I think I will start off by, those are a lot of questions in one question, but I will start off by answering the fact that how do we source? I'll start from the back and go forward. We actually ethically source. I actually source both products from China. One thing that makes our product actually different from what's in the market is our star product, which is the hybrid mini. So it's actually a hybrid between the fabric and latex material, which not only makes it sustainable, it also addresses a lot of the issues that most people have with exercise bands. So if you've ever used like a latex workout band, they usually snap, roll, or they're not really reliable. And then the fabric ones are way too rigid. And then the hybrid minis are pretty much like a hybrid between the two of them. So they offer the durability of fabric and then the elasticity of a rubber, which makes them great in that regard. So now answering like which one do I think is going to be, I guess, the bigger one that's going to bring in sales? Quite frankly, I think it's going to be the hybrid mini bands, just because I initially started, the way Functional Curves actually gained our first capital was by creating that online program that actually created capital to source and fund our products. So the digital online coaching program was then, like, after sourcing and funding our products, I realized that most people do not have access to equipment just because gyms are closed. There are a lot of issues with people like either having restricted access to gyms or equipment, or they don't want to spend $500 on a pair like of dumbbells or something like that. So I found a unique opportunity to essentially meet that by then marrying the physical products with the online coaching program. And that's what we're currently doing now. To be quite honest, I definitely believe in the potential of the hybrid mini based on our current sales. In terms of profit margin, I currently have a 72% profit margin with the hybrid mini bands, a 74% profit margin with the long loop workout bands as well. So the products in themselves do very well on their own. Marrying them with the digital product is just to essentially ensure that people are also having access to the actual exercise portion of it to actually help them move, feel, and look better. Because one thing that I've realized in the fitness industry is that we always focus on most people focus on how they look, right? Most people exercise just because they want to look better, right? Or they want to feel better because of all the endorphins and all those good stuff. But there's not a lot of focus on the movement portion of it in the exercise industry. And that's what Functional Curves is bringing to the table, is to emphasize the fact that, like, you can look good, you can feel good, and you can move better and address many pain points and actually have your exercise benefit your everyday life.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you, Yannick. Next, we go to Roderick.
Well, I'm going to be the British guy right now and ask the question, because on every panel you have to have that British. Actually, I sound more Irish. But yeah, excellent presentation. Energy was amazing. Yannick actually just asked two of my same questions I had coming for you right then, in terms of just how you were able to scale up, because you did mention that you invested $200 initially, and I just wanted to understand how you were able then to buy the product, but explained it in that explanation that you gave a couple seconds ago. So again, just great presentation. My only comment would be slow down a little bit. You got so much energy and passion, like, and it's going, but I think you could slow down just a half of, like, I guess in terms of a mile per hour, right? Because you're getting a lot of information in there, and which is great, and you could feel the passion, but slow down just a little bit. From my perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you for those for the feedback and for the comments and your responses to Shay. I think we would proceed right now. I'm not sure Asiotu is back. I'm not sure I see Asiotu here. All right, so we will proceed now, because this brings us to the end of the presentations for the youth entrepreneur session. So right now, we're going to actually allow our judges, esteemed judges, to proceed and connect in your private deliberation room to evaluate the speeches. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been an exciting afternoon. listening with great passion to these insights for our young entrepreneurs and all the other established businesses in the room. And so we're going to take a brief break right now. We have about 5 to 6 minutes, and this is the time for you to stretch your legs and grab a coffee again. And then we'll be back in the room at exactly 10 minutes after 2, 10 minutes after 2. So we expect all of you back. Thank you everyone for listening. See you back shortly.
Hi everybody, this is one of the ASL English interpreters. We're just checking that folks are able to hear us okay. So is any one of the judges or panelists able to confirm that for us, please?
I am hearing you okay, yeah.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. This is one of the ASL English interpreters interpreting for Andrea. Andrea's just said, hey, everyone, just confirming that I am here in the room. Just wanted everyone to know that I was here.
Right. Thank you.
Timothy, can you confirm what her name is listed at? Because I don't see her on the list.
Oh, my daughter's does use it often for school, so that might be why the name is a different name, but it might be here under Jaslyn, but the last name should still be listed as Zachary. I am here anyway. That's the main thing. Am I right?